Call to order. The governing board meeting called to order at 4:46. Please stand for the flag salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call. Let the record reflect that all members of the governing board and the administration are present, with the exception of trustee Estrada. Approval of agenda. It is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the June 12th, 2023 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
A motion.
Thank you,
I'll
trustee
second.
Chong. Thank you, trustee Ahmad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so motion is passed. Okay. 4-0. All right. Closed session. Appeal of findings regarding complaint against employee pursuant to BP/AR 1312-1 and Government Code Section 54957. Appeal of findings regarding UCP complaint pursuant to BP/AR 1312-3 and Education Code Section 35146. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 5456.9. One potential case appeal of complaints. Conference with labor negotiator, designated representative Jim Romo regarding employment agreement with unrepresented employee superintendent pursuant to governing board code 54957.6. Do I have a motion to go into close? Actually, I see trustee Estrada, so just amend the minutes. And she is here at 5:49. Thank you. 4:49. Thank you. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Procius. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. And I vote aye, so motion passes 5-0. All in favor? Excuse me.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, governing board meeting is called into closed session at 4:49.
How you doing? Yeah. Tired. I ain't feeling that. Man, I actually like.
Reconvene. Is there a motion to reconvene?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Chong. Do I have a second? Was that you, trustee? Oh.
Brenda.
All right, trustee Estrada, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes, vote is 5-0, and we will reconvene at 5:11. Okay, reporting out of closed session. All right, in closed session, the board took action to deny an appeal of a complaint determination under BP/AR 1312-1. The roll call vote was as follows. Trustee Chong, aye. Trustee Estrada, aye. Trustee Frutos, aye. Trustee Ahmad, aye, and I was an aye. So it was 5-0. And let's see what else. All right, and regarding the board's UCP bullying complaint action, is there a motion to deny or approve?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the UCP bullying complaint.
All right, thank you. Trustee Ahmad, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Chung. All right, so moved by trustee Ahmad and seconded by trustee Chung. The governing board denies the appeal of the UCP complaint findings pursuant to AP/AR 1312-3. And the roll call vote is as follows. And so let's start this way. Trustee Ahmad.
I'm an aye.
Trustee Frutos.
Aye.
Trustee Estrada. Aye. Trustee Shaw.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm an aye. So that's, we're all in favor, 5-0. And so the motion passes to deny the appeal. Okay. And then, all right, so that moves us to the approval of minutes. Approval of the May 8th regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the May 8th regular meeting?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you, trustee Ahmad. Did you have a second? To approve the minutes for the May 8th?
Awesome.
Thank you, trustee.
Actually, I'm gonna take that back. That's yeah,
That's where you and I were.
yeah, I wasn't there.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, that's right. Okay, we had to change it. Thank you. So
I'll
you'll
make
make
the
the motion. Thank you. Trustee Chung, and a second. Okay, thank you, trustee Estrada. All right, and then, all in favor?
Aye.
Because we have to vote first.
I will abstain because I wasn't here.
And I'll abstain. So,
Okay, it was the three of us, wasn't it? Gosh, it seems like so long ago. All right, I'm sorry. I apologize. It was the three of us. All right, so, that's 3 yeses, because I voted aye. So 3 yeses and 0 noes.
2-0.
So 2 abstentions. The motion passes 3-0. 3-0, okay. That brings us to the approval of the May 20th special meeting minutes. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the May 20th special meeting? Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Chong. All right, and is there any discussion? No, all right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, I'm an aye, thank you. Motion passes 5-0. All right, governing board comments. Let's start with trustee Chong.
Happy June, full house today again. I'm sure hopefully everyone's rejuvenating a little and we're getting to rest as it was a long year, but to say the least, but I'm glad that we all made it. I have a lot of personal things, so I wasn't able to make the promotions and all the fun stuff that happened, but I heard it were great things. So thank you to all who put the promotions together, the Pendleton ribbon cutting, a lot of great things and good things happening there, and good to hear about those things. So thank you for all those who did that. Excited to know that we have, or not excited, budget's always never exciting, but budget reports and LCAP and all those things are coming. It's going to be good. I'm glad. Thank you to those educational partners and the LCAP steering committee putting together the feedback to give us our goals, which sets our budget and our goals in our direction. So it gives us a way to make sure we use our money appropriately and use our money so that we are in good place, good standing. So I'm looking forward to hearing that and continue to make decisions based on those things. And I know we got new leadership coming and new changes happening. So I'm excited to kind of move forward with that as well. And we'll hear about that tonight. And lastly, close to me, summer SOARs and ESY, good programs that we need for our students to have something to do in the summer and great places to go with enrichment and academics. So I'm glad to read in the report that the SOARs and the ESY went off well. So thank you to Director Huang and the team that put it together to make those happen, and Director Centeno as well. So thank you for all to doing that, and hopefully the weather stays like this and we get to enjoy our summer and come back strong next year. That's all I have to say today.
All right, thank you, Trustee Chung. Trustee Estrada.
Alrighty, good evening, everyone present. I'm happy to see a full house again today. I would just like to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone for another amazing school year. And also congratulations to all of our graduating students. I thankfully had the honor to go to all the commencement ceremonies. And I'd just like to say it was very amazing just to see the excitement from students, staff, and parents present. I know I would also like to shout out the amazing songs that some of our staff had our students sing. It was really amazing, and I swear, not even my eye was dry because they really did hit home. And congratulations to all of our students, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. I know all of you are bright and you could all do an amazing job, as well as thank you so much to staff for making all the ceremonies seem very close to heart and very welcoming as well. And to parents, congratulations and thank you for all your hard work and for supporting the students as you do. I would also like to say that I hope everyone has an amazing summer vacation and gets some well-deserved rest. And I also very much look forward to our new superintendent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Estrada. Trustee Cruces, please.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. It's good to be back. I've been absent from little procedure that I had, but I'd like to welcome all staff members and special guests at tonight's meeting. As we lead into summer, I'd like to thank every district employee from all divisions and our students for finishing out the school year strong. I hope everybody has a safe and well-deserved summer break because I know everybody's been working really hard. Across the district, we have a lot to celebrate. Congratulations to all the fifth graders entering middle school, all the eighth graders entering high school. I know all their dynamic, hardworking efforts will pay off as they continue their education. Also had the opportunity to be at Pendleton's kinderbration. That was always sweet. Seeing the students sing so gracefully always melts my heart because I've always said it, I can't sing. So to see somebody else sing makes me happy. Also during that same week, Pendleton had their admin cutting, the ribbon cutting for their admin building. That was very successful, highly attended by all of Winter Park. I want to thank everybody that came out. Also want to give a big kudos to the MCs and the docents for the tour that they gave everybody around the building. And also to the principal Leota, she was recognized by Congresswoman Michelle Seal's office for Asian Pacific Islander Month. So congratulations to her. Let's see. Also, it was important for me to see that our parents are also getting some self-education through the summer through Fresno State University. They're getting financial literacy classes and business education classes, which they're a part of. And I happen to join those classes too, so I've seen some of our parents there. But keeping our parents educated throughout the summer, just like we are educating our students, is highly valuable for just not them, but everybody else. Also want to congratulate Beatty Middle School's speech and debate team, national champions. That says a lot. Their program is very strong. And across the district, I think our speech and debate programs are going to be even stronger as we move along. We have a great set of coaches. Congrats to Dr. Valdez and staff and all the speech coaches that help prepare all of our students for that big event, because that is a big accomplishment. I can't say enough how important speech and debate is, as developing those soft skills as we continue to grow and move on in life. That's highly impactful as they, learn those skills. Also had the opportunity to see some of our students at the track and field championships at Warren High School about a week ago. Representation was strong. My daughters reminded me that I had a busted knee. I can no longer do that because I told them I can run. And they reminded me really quick that I'm not that young anymore. But to see the students, participate in those events is was beautiful. The sportsmanship that took place was the best part about it. Seeing the students interact amongst themselves and congratulate themselves as the performances went on was very impactful for me to see. And then lastly, after 2 long months, we're gonna have some history making in the making tonight as we appoint our new superintendent. So we'll wait for that to come later, but that concludes my report.
Thank you, trustee Burgos and trustee Ahmad.
Thank you. It's nice to see everyone here. I really appreciate you guys coming and, you guys must love us so much because you're coming in the middle of your summer break. I'm just gonna take it that way. But no, we really appreciate it and we hear you. So thank you for coming. I'd like to start by congratulating our students that promoted from 5th grade and 8th grade. I know that those are milestones that, us parents just kind of hold on to. So I'm just so proud of our staff for making sure that all these students were celebrated and every school did it their own way. And yet it was done, all the parents, all I could hear was how they felt appreciated and how their students felt special. So thank you so much for putting that because I know how I was a teacher. I know exactly how many hours, it takes to put all that together. So thank you again for that. I wanted to congratulate the Pendleton staff on their ribbon cutting ceremony for their new office, which looks amazing. And I just remember when it was like a little sketch on a paper and I'm so glad that we finally have it and our staff can use it and our families get to see an amazing building in the Buena Park School District. I was able to attend the staff recognition event that we had towards the end of the year. I thought it was a great event and it was just so nice seeing all the years of service. We have people that were that have been here for 10, 20, 30 years. Such a great event. And I love when I see, the staff staying for that long because no one would stay that long at a district unless they saw something worth staying for. So that says a lot and it says a lot about your commitment. So we really appreciate you. I'd also like to thank our summer staff that are still working. All of us kind of have moved on, but the district staff, the SOAR staff, the ESY staff that are still here and doing a great job. We really appreciate them and want to thank them for being here. I am also, just like the board, excited for all the new things that are coming and for our new superintendent, which we will all get to meet later on, hopefully after our vote. And I'm just really excited for a new school year with a new beginnings. That's it for me.
Thank you, thank you. And for myself, let's see, on May 9th, I participated in the ECLT meeting where Mary Beckelheimer reported on the preschool program. And so it was good to hear how that's progressing. On May 11th, I went to the speech showcase where the kids all received rewards for such a great job as Trustee Rich has already mentioned. On the 12th, I attended Supervisor Doug Chafee's Conditions of the Children in Orange County, and I learned a lot of new things. One thing was that 1 in 3 kids are eligible for medical assistance. And so that's something that we have to make sure that we avail our kids of the resources that are available to help them and their families, because we know that SEL is so important and good health is a source of having good emotional health and being able to learn and focus. And so I was really happy to learn the things I learned there on the condition of children. And then on May 17th, I attended Corey's 101 Dalmatians performance, and it was very well attended and it was so much fun. We're fortunate to have Disney partnering with us to help our kids and our teachers become have great fun with their passion program. On May 18th, I attended the Buena Park Teachers Association retirement. And it was good to see the accolades that the teachers received for their many years of work and service. On May 20th, we were here doing interviews for superintendent, and that was a full day and very exciting, actually. On May 25th, Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva had, she was sick that day, but she had a representative come and speak with us and heard the needs for education, because she's on the education committee in the assembly. So it's good that they are looking for what we need for our schools, students, teachers, families, what have you. And then on May 25th, I went to the employee recognition also, and it was a great event. On May 26th, I went to the Whitaker Gala for students with special needs, and that was a beautiful program where they all got acknowledged for something, and they had a fun pizza and fruit dinner, and then they had a dance. They had a DJ and everything, and it was so much fun to see the children and their parents, everybody out dancing on the dance floor. And I also went to the track and field event, and it was great to see not only the teachers encouraging the students that they had helped would prepare, but also to see all 4 principals, because only 4 of our schools can go per district. And so it was encouraging to see all 4 of the principals out there cheering for the kids too. And then promotions. I didn't get to go to all of them because some of them overlapped, but I was able to go to Gilbert and the 2 middle schools, to Corey, Emory, and to Whitaker. And for those who know my grandson, who's been in our district for 9 years, he graduated from Buena Park High School this week also, and he's going to Cypress College. So for those of you who had him as a student, I'm very proud of him, and you guys can be proud of him too. He's moving on and forward. So I'm thankful for that and excited. I would just say we really appreciate the summer programs that we're offering our students this year, and it's extended day, and it's going to be so helpful to them preparing to get ready for the next year. And I'm glad for all the students that are able to take advantage of that. And that is it for me. Dr. Cantu.
Well, I'd like to echo everything that our board members have said about the wonderful events that took place between May and the end of the school year. The end of the year is a time for celebration, but what exactly are we celebrating? We're celebrating the work and the effort and the dedication of our teachers, our classified, our parents, for all that they do for our students. One of the things I'd like to also point out is that you don't stop just because testing is completed. I have to say, you've heard some of the wonderful experiences that our students had the last few weeks, the last few days of school. We ended strong. I too would like to congratulate Principal Leota for being recognized as AAPI Citizen of Distinction by Congresswoman Stills. I'd like to acknowledge not just Mike McBoo and his team that saw ground cutting to ribbon cutting, completion of Pendleton's building, but I really do want to again echo that our students who were MCs, who sang, performed, both those, including those with unique needs, really did represent all that we hope for our students. Take their learning that our teachers give with support of our classified and apply them to things that really help them to shine and to show that they can, beyond the classroom walls, apply all that our teachers and our certificate are giving them. In addition, I'd like to also recognize our programs that have extended the learning throughout the summer months. Director Wong, Chief Centeno, and Tosa Kim have gone way above in making sure that our educational partners present an enrichment program. But I have to say, what's really encouraging is when you walk through the walls during ESY, as well as our SOARS program, and our teachers that are making wonderful instructional decisions so that our students not only have a fun learning time, but it's quite also rigorous with learning. And I want to thank those teachers for their feedback and said that some of the materials that we're using are really worthwhile their time presenting to our students. And finally, I'd like to thank really all of those that are out in the audience and those hopefully listening at home. We've had a year full of accomplishments, both academic and rewarding, as well as fellowship and enriching. The reason why we have staff coming in summer for training is because they want to make sure the year starts off as strong as we're ending. The reasons why we have students on the wait list for our summer programs is because we have not only district staff, but those that are on the front line, really making sure that our students are learning, are enjoying what they're learning. So one of our goals that we have, besides a rigorous curriculum and sharing the responsibility of all students learning, was creating connection with our students. And I think that a wait list for our summer programs, those wanting to come into our districts, shows that our teachers went above and beyond in making sure that we hit that mark. Students and families feeling connected. That is my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off of the agenda. Per board bylaw 9323. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda shall fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it in to the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. Dr. Cantu, are there any comments for the hearing session?
Yes, we have 5.
Thank you. All right, first we have Carol Bright.
Dr. Cantu, governing board members, and Dr. Lee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Carol Bright, and I'm president of Highland Park Teachers Association.
Teacher voice.
I would like to, on behalf of BPTA, I would like to take this moment to congratulate and welcome Dr. Lee to the district. Leadership is often described as someone people follow even without a title or position. In essence, it's someone who inspires. Dr. Lee's colleagues have given testament to her ability to inspire. They've spoken not just in her ability to inspire those around her to do more, but to be more. She inspires those she leads to recognize their own potential and rise to it. Sounds a little bit like teaching. And as a teacher, I am excited to be led by someone who will nurture and inspire me the way I nurture and inspire my students. The appreciation and nurturing of teachers and staff is something our district has long been missing. Dr. Lee, our members look forward to an incredible working experience with you. We are a team of hardworking and change-driven individuals. Our members are eager to accomplish great things together with your expertise and dedication. We've been in need of a role model who will appreciate our talent, hard work, dedication, and expertise, and who will inspire us to reach new individual heights. We look forward to the professional growth as you navigate us towards further success. We are excited to have a compassionate and effective leader. Our members believe you have the potential to be one of our district's most valuable assets. We expect you will use your skills and expertise to take our district to its highest and fullest potential. It's a privilege to have you as a leader, and we are eager to have you lead us, our students, and our district to greater heights. Congratulations and welcome.
All right, that brings us to Emily B.
Good evening, members of the board, the BPSD cabinet, and the BPSD family. My name is Emily Bruns. I know you have previously heard about BPTA's position on its members receiving an increase in pay as part of bargaining discussions, starting with the full COLA amount. And I want to help you understand why we asked for this. In 21 years of teaching, I have had the privilege of working with about 4,000 young people from our community. Standing with me behind every one of those 4,000 students are 6 elementary school teachers and at least 12 middle school teachers. Many of us live in this community or very nearby and are impacted by the same quality of life issues that affect our students' families. We frequently send our kids to BPSD schools. We strive for a quality education for each student because education and opportunities open doors for increasing quality of life. Teachers do innumerable things that make this district a desirable place, so families will entrust us with the education of their children. Our workload is overwhelming and takes an emotional toll. Beyond learning loss, the pandemic definitely added to our challenges. Across the district this year, we have endured grueling working conditions filled with challenging student behaviors, the loss of a colleague, the lack of support staff and IAs, non-functional air conditioning, large class sizes, inadequate restroom facilities, and capricious management decisions. We are frequently asked to do more with fewer resources. All of these things, plus the need to repeatedly beg for livable wages, benefits, and better working conditions, add to the burden and lack of respect that is today's teaching reality. Many of these stresses are out of teachers' control. However, with the advent of new leadership, I hope for a new era where the district bargaining team meets us as partners in this arena and not as opponents who should be defeated. We believe teachers should be the top investment priority for the district because we create the product that is being offered to our community. Our compensation needs to be raised because BPTA members continue to make this district an exemplar. This year, Buena Park became the lowest paid elementary district in Orange County. Our pay scale is a major hurdle for attracting and keeping talent. As more of our phenomenal experienced teachers become eligible for retirement, we need to offer competitive compensation to recruit the best new teachers. For some perspective, the average home price in Buena Park is $800,000. Average rent in Buena Park is about $2,100 per month. In BPSD, our starting salary for a first-year teacher with no master's degree is only $55,550. Just rent alone is over half of this gross salary. A 20% down payment on an $800,000 home is $160,000, and the recommended income for a home of this price is over $100,000. At this moment, a teacher in BPSD with a master's degree has to work for the district for 25 years before they can earn a salary of $100,000. With today's cost of living and inflation, this is no way to retain professional excellence. Our bargaining goals should be the same: to serve our community with the best possible elementary education so that all of our students have the opportunities they need to be successful. We look forward to receiving the respect we deserve as professional educators. We want our community to see that Buena Park School District is deeply invested in serving its children, and that is accomplished by investing in its teachers and offering BPTA salary increases in a fair and timely contract for the 2023-2024 school year. Thank you.
Then we have Jill B.
Welcome, board members, Dr. Lee, welcome to our district. My name is Jill Buchanan. I have taught in the district since 1996. My children went through the district from 2010 until 2021, if I figured the years correctly. My children had wonderful teachers, the expertise, the professionalism, great role models, fantastic teachers. And we were able to attract that as a district for a lot of years, and we have just some wonderful staff. open house this year was really good. I got to see a lot of parents, a lot of people, and I saw one former student and I asked her, what are you going to do? And, you know, you're graduating from high school soon. And she said, oh, I'm going to be an SLP. And I said, wow, speech and language pathologist. Are you going to work for our district someday? And she said, no, I heard you guys treat your employees badly. So how did we get to that point? What teachers will be attracted to the Buena Park School District in the future? We're the lowest paid district in Orange County. Retiring teachers in Westminster are compensated $700 per month more than our retiring teachers. $700 a month. The teachers we know who have gotten let go, who have been laid off from the district, the ones we can count are telling us they're getting better salaries elsewhere, better compensation, and they seem happy. Buena Park Junior High was split to be 2 middle schools, and we were given the reason being that we were able to then maybe perhaps retain students for Beatty from, we won't name other schools around, but basically we wanted to keep the best of the best in the district because people didn't want to move, you know, drive their kids south to Buena Park Middle School, feeling it was too far away. I'm sorry, yes, to Buena Park Middle School. And yet, how are we going to retain the best students if our salaries are so low? It's unconscionable to me that teachers who have taught for 20 plus years are not able to go on vacation this summer because they can't afford it. Talked to one teacher who taught for many years, that's his case. Also, teachers who have to teach summer school just to make ends meet. These are teachers who have taught for 20 or more years. So how did we get to this situation? In 2001, 48% of the district total expenditures were for teacher salaries and benefits. Today, it's only 33% for teacher salaries and benefits. We've only gotten half of the COLA of other school districts. 12% is what other districts have been given. Buena Park was given 4% last year. My dad was is now a retired industrial engineer. And he used to say, Jill, your salary is your thank you from your employer. So when it comes to your thanks, it's your paycheck. And we are sure hoping that Buena Park School District will say thank you to us as teachers in a tangible way. Thank you.
We have Marcy and Marcy.
Hello, good evening. Welcome, Dr. Lee. My name is Marcy Miladinovich, and I have been teaching here in Buena Park School District for 25 years. Today or tonight, I am just here to speak from my heart. I have committees and teams that will give you all the data on all the salary, but I'm going to speak personally from my heart about our salary here in Buena Park. When I first started in this school district, we were the second highest paid district in Orange County. The board was very involved, very supportive. We were compensated very well. Now we're the lowest paid. Sadly, we're the lowest. As educators, I would think that we would all agree that kids need to be involved in extracurricular activities, sports, dance, music, clubs, whatever it is, they should be involved in something. Where I practice what I preach. My own children, my 2 daughters, they are very involved in different sports and activities, including college tuition. And as we know, the cost of living has increased so much, gas, groceries, entertainment, but those activities, the sports, the dance, the music, especially college tuition, has also increased, especially college tuition. For the first time in 25 years, I'm teaching summer school. Why? Why am I teaching summer school? Well, frankly, I can't afford to practice what I preach. I can't afford to have my kids in extracurricular activities, including sports and especially college tuition, because all of those expenses have also increased and our salary has not. We've not been given a full COLA in years, let alone a substantial raise. The cost of everything is continuing to increase while our salary is not. But as you guys, I'm like, am I speaking in this thing? Okay. I want to just like talk and not speak in this. I listened to you, the board and the cabinet. You talk about how amazing Buena Park is. You talk about how amazing all of our programs are and how amazing our teachers are here. And you're absolutely right. We are amazing. But for me, as a veterans teacher, I can't leave this school district to go to another school district with a higher pay. But all these new, young, full of energy, full of fresh ideas, new young teachers that are coming in, they can leave to higher paying school districts. And we're going to lose them. In a few years, teachers like me are going to start to retire, and we will have lost those new energetic teachers to higher paying school districts. And in time, in a short period of time, Buena Park School District will no longer be the district that ignites the passion for learning. I hope that you will practice what you preach about your dedicated teachers and give us what we deserve. We're highly educated, career-driven employees that deserve to be compensated, not working 2 jobs, not working overtime. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Welcome, Dr. Lee.
It brings us to Ramona L.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Cantú y mi Rodia. Vengo a dar 3 puntos acá hoy.
Good evening, Cabinet, Dr. Cantu and President Rodia. I'm here to give 3 points for you.
Primero quiero dar las gracias por aprobar que los padres fueran a la conferencia de CABE Long Beach. Fue una gran experiencia. Abogué por esta oportunidad para padres por más de 12 años con otros líderes y unos que todavía están acá.
I'd first like to give thanks for approving the opportunity for parents to go to the CABE conference. It was a great experience, and I had advocated to various leaders, some of which are no longer here, for 4 years.
Y yo no pude ir hace 4 años, pero este año tuve la oportunidad y estoy muy agradecida ya que fue una gran experiencia y quiero que continúen mandando a más padres para este próximo año.
I was unable to go 4 years ago. However, I was able to go this year. And I was unable to go for personal reasons. However, I'd like to request that you continue to send additional parents to this conference.
Segundo punto, quiero agradecer a todos ustedes, a los superintendentes, maestros, directores, secretarias, limpieza, choferes y técnicos, porque creo que todos somos un equipo y cada uno colabora y trabaja arduamente.
My second point, I'd like to thank all of you, to our superintendent, teachers, directors, principals, secretaries, custodians, bus drivers, and technicians, etc. Because I think that we are a team and that each one of us collaborates and works very hard to give the best to our youngsters.
Y quiero agregar que los maestros tienen un buen trabajo. Conozco a muchos por más de 10, 15 años. Tengo 6 generaciones acá y algunos de ellos han dejado una gran huella a mis hijos.
I'd also like to thank our teachers who do such good work. I have been part or have had 6 generations come through the schools, and many of the teachers have left such an impression.
Por lo que escucho ahora, me siento muy triste por ellos y quisiera que por favor los escuchen porque ellos son realmente como los segundos, para mí como los segundos padres de los niños. El legado que ellos dejan es mucho impacto en la vida de cada niño.
What I hear today gives me great sadness, and I hope that you will listen to them because our teachers are second parents, and the impact that they leave on our children is deep and profound.
Por favor, escúchenlo y mejoren todo, porque también la educación, lo que ellos imparten es lo que también impacta en la educación de nuestros hijos.
I hope you will listen and continue to improve because what they impart on our children impacts our children.
Y rapidito, quiero darle las gracias, no, quiero darle la bienvenida a la señora Lee. La conocí hace 2 años, me hablaron muy bien de usted, también fue muy amable conmigo y con otra compañera en una junta que tuvimos en Fullerton. Y gracias, bienvenida, esperemos como padres colaborar con usted y con los demás miembros que están acá para seguir mejorando la educación de nuestros hijos y ir creciendo.
I'd also like to welcome Dr. Lee. I met you 2 years ago. You were very positive and friendly. This was at a meeting in Fullerton, and myself and another parent were able to meet you, and we hope that as parents, we can continue to collaborate with you and with others for our children.
Para ir creciendo como distrito y también nuestros hijos que vayan teniendo ese impacto. Sé que ha hecho usted grandísimas cosas y sé que como padre podemos hacerlas acá también.
We'd like to continue growing as a district, and we know that you've been able to accomplish great things, and here we'd like to be able to do the same as parents, working together.
Y gracias a la señora Centeno que siempre me traduce. Gracias. And she just
And that brings us to Jacqueline M.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva, señora Cantú. Buenas tardes, señora Lee. Mi nombre es Jacqueline Murillo y yo soy una madre que soy parte de esta comunidad desde el 2011.
Good evening, Governing Board, Dr. Cantu, Dr. Lee. My name is Jacqueline Murillo, and I am a mother here in the district since 2011.
En los últimos años me he envuelto en las conversaciones con nuestro distrito escolar para impactar de manera positiva a cambios para nuestros niños. He sido parte de diferentes comités.
Over the last few years, I've been part of the conversation here with the district, hoping to make positive changes for our students.
Y la verdad es, como padres, estamos muy contentos de que se logró abrir esa vía de comunicación para tener una colaboración como socios que somos en la educación de los niños. Y la verdad, deseamos y queremos que esta vía continúe.
As parents, we were able to open up communication and collaboration, and we hope to continue to be partners for our students.
Yo he conocido a maestros aquí del distrito. Estoy de acuerdo con mi compañera Ramona. Son maestros dedicados, tienen tiempo aquí en el distrito. Eso para nosotros como padres es un buen mensaje. Están contentos aquí con el distrito, pero sí, podrían ustedes conversar con ellos, ¿verdad? Para que ellos estén contentos aquí también.
I have known teachers here in the district, and I agree with my friend Ramona. Teachers here in the district have been here for some time, and that shows that they are happy with the district, but I'd like for you to continue to talk with them so that they remain happy.
Sí, es importante, sí. Y pues muchas gracias. Bienvenida, señora Lee. Y como padres, estamos a sus órdenes para seguir colaborando para nuestros niños.
Yes, it's very important. Thank you and welcome to Dr. Lee. We are here at your service to continue to collaborate with you for the benefit of our children.
All right, that brings us to the action calendar. Approval of appointment of superintendent of schools and of the items of an employment agreement between Buena Park School District and Dr. Julian Lee. Dr. Cantu?
Yes, it is it's my privilege and a pleasure to introduce to you our next superintendent, Dr. Lee, with board approval. And Chief Harrison will introduce her.
Good evening, President Shedd, members of the governing board, and to our staff and guests. It's my distinct pleasure to be able to share information about the governing board's candidate for the role of superintendent for the Buena Park School District. Dr. Julian Lee has served in education for the past 26 years. She began as a Spanish, English, dual immersion teacher for the Long Beach Unified School District. Increíble. Her skills and interests then led her to the Fullerton School District, where her leadership was utilized as a middle school teacher, response to intervention coach, assistant principal, and principal of a thriving K-8 school. Most recently, Dr. Lee has served as Associate Superintendent of Educational Services in Fullerton, providing leadership for educational programs such as the nationally ranked speech and debate program, Golden Bell awarded response to intervention program, community schools implementation program, and Spanish dual immersion program. Dr. Lee established the first Korean dual immersion program at Fullerton School District, expanding the options for students to acquire dual language proficiency. Throughout her distinguished career, Dr. Lee has consistently championed a student-centered approach to decision-making and advocated equal opportunity for all students. Her leadership style emphasizes the value of diversity and centers around the belief that every student has the potential to succeed. By creating a safe and inclusive educational culture, Dr. Lee ensures that all students can explore their passions, maximize their learning, and reach their full potential. The position of superintendent is a lofty position within a school district. But what does Dr. Lee like to do when she gets home each evening to her husband and 4 children? With a background in dual language immersion, it may not be too surprising to learn that she has a passion for cooking and preparing Cuban dishes. And personally, I'll be hoping for some bulgogi tacos on the menu. In her other spare time, she and her family enjoy musical theater, singing along to musical soundtracks, and diving into Korean dramas and reality shows. We'll have to talk about the extraordinary attorney groups. Although Dr. Lee does love to read suspense novels, I'm sure that I have now kept her too long in suspense over the board's approval, and I return the mic to Dr. Hughes.
Well, I have to say, I can't wait to sing Hamilton tunes with you and the family. Board President?
Do I have a motion to appoint Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District?
Make a motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos.
I'd second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Is there any discussion on the item? All right, I vote aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And so the motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Dr. Lee, congratulations, and would you like to share? Dr. Lee, would you like to say a few words? Okay.
The Shed, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Pentu, Buena Park School District staff and community. It is truly an honor to serve as your next superintendent. To the Board of Trustees, I want to extend my gratitude for your trust and leadership. I commit to fostering a collaborative working environment centered around students. To look at your mission statement, it says it all, to really promote the passions of students as well as uplift the values of the place. I believe together we can accomplish many things, and I know that we'll make lasting impact in the lives of students. I do want to introduce my family at this time. You're gonna love me for this one. My husband, Rita Lee. You're my family. My son, Caleb. Baby of the family, Carol Lee. And I'm fortunate this summer to have two college students, actually one is a college graduate, Caitlin Lee, and Cassidy. Thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you. All right, we get a need to recess. The board will take a short recess to congratulate the newly appointed superintendent, starting at 6:01. Okay, so
I know. What's the temperature?
I know.
Kind of cold.
Now that all the people are gone, it's cold in here.
Kind of cold, Mike.
Okay. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh, don't move. The board is now returning from our short recess. It is 6:18. Programs and reports. Dr. Cantu?
Yes, as you know, we dedicate the month of June to LCAP and budget projections. So we will have our Ed Services team and our Fiscal Services team who's been collaborating on both LCAP and budgets to report, starting off with our budget first. Projection. Oh, sorry. No, we are going to actually have our bond measure. Sorry. I know, I'm excited for LCAP. Can you tell?
So we're actually going to do a presentation about Measure B and an updated on the 2024 bond. So I'd like to introduce Jason Chung from Fieldman Roll-Up, who's going to give a presentation and update.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Dr. Lee. Nice to see you. So my name is Jason Chung. I'm Vice President with Fieldman Roll-Up and Associates, and we have been the district's municipal advisor or financial advisor for almost 10 years now, since the inception of Measure B, which was approved by our voters in 2014. So tonight, we do just have a quick update on what could be generated in the future from Measure B, as well as some funding options for a potential bond in 2024. As you know, there's two election cycles in that year. We have a March 2024 primary, as well as a November 2024 presidential election. Next slide, please. On slide 4, please. And so I'll start with a quick update on the municipal market. And this is a chart that we typically show you. It has the tax exempt historical interest rates for the light green 10-year rate and then the darker green 30-year rate. And this is kind of the municipal industry's version of a treasury curve or a stock market indice. So there are multiple boxes here, and these are each of times when the district has sold previous Measure B bonds in the past. And hopefully what we can see is that for 4 times that we've sold bonds, Series A through D, 4 times, the 30-year benchmarks have been pretty low compared to a historical basis. For example, Series A, when we sold in September 2014, the 30-year benchmark rate was just over 3%. When you look at a historical perspective, since June of 2008, long-term benchmark rates were as high as 6%. So to lock in rates when your benchmark rates are 3% or lower is a really good job that you're doing for your taxpayers. And then most recently in Series D, which we issued in April 2021, that 30-year benchmark was 1.59%. And think about what 30-year mortgage rates are for homes right now, 6% or above. So to lock in the rate close to that benchmark was outstanding. The box on the far right, June 6th of 2023, that is kind of today's benchmark rate. Definitely higher than what we've seen in years past, but certainly not to the degree of 2008 and 2009 when interest rates were 5 or 6%. So definitely still a great time to issue bonds, just not as quite as good as it was in 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Thank you. And slide 6 shows the historical assessed valuation since 1988. And assessed valuation is the current taxable value of everything in your district. It's different than the current market value. It's actually a lower taxable value. And so when we heard public comment earlier, homes in your district are selling for well over $800,000. The actual median assessed value in your district is closer to $430,000. And that's the value that most of your taxpayers will be paying taxes based on. And so for a period of over 3 decades, your historical growth is very stable and consistent. We've seen positive growth every year in the district since 2013. Looking at your long-term averages, they all range from 4.25% to 5.5%. And for Measure B, we've only assumed 4% growth each year. So every year that you outpace that growth, that results in lower taxes for your residents as well. And then the bottom chart also is important. As a non-unified elementary district, you're allowed to incur up to 1.25% of your assessed value in principal outstanding. So that's just under 110 million. And as of today, the district has just over 50 million on its books. So you definitely are well under your statutory bonding capacity. To access that number on the far right, that is what future voter authorization would be required for. Next slide, please. And this chart shows every single series of bonds that is currently outstanding and currently being repaid every year. And again, in aggregate, that total is just over 50 million. On the far right are what are called call dates, and it's where a district can refinance its bonds for taxpayer savings, similar to refinancing a home mortgage. And we actually refinanced 2 of your old series back in 2021, and that generated about $1.1 million in interest savings for the community. The next call date you can see is August of 2024. So should interest rates slightly improve a year from today, I might, or my boss might very well be before you a year from now, is just recommending, hey, you have a refinancing opportunity for your taxpayers to consider. But really, that's just what the purpose of this slide, just to monitor your outstanding debt. On slide 9, please. And this is a summary of the district's first bond measure that was approved all the way back in 1998 for 13.8 million in total authorization. There's no existing new funds that can be generated. It's really just looking for refinancing opportunities and making sure that county taxpayers or the county treasurer levies correctly. But really, you can see the total payments are costing the community about $18 per 100,000 of assessed value through year 2026. And so payments on this measure are coming to an end soon just for this 1998 bond. And so if the district seeks no further authorization, the payments on this specific bond will cease to continue starting year 2027. Next slide, please. And Series B, this Measure B, this shows the 2014 authorization, and this was approved for 71 million in total, had very strong voter support at nearly 67%. For a Proposition 39 bond, the minimum requirement is 55%. So you had very strong support back in 2014. And we've issued 4 separate times, and we still have some authorization left available to the district, about 17.3 million. And you are able to access that and issue upon that at any time, as long as your tax rate can support that. And so when I say the tax rate can support that, that is that capacity or that white space below the red horizontal line and above your colored bar charts. And so you can see there's a little bit of capacity in 23, 24, but it really starts to open up in year 2025. And the next slide shows what projections we could have for the next series. And so this is the same slide as before, but now we're adding on 2 more colors. And based on current market conditions, the district could generate about 11 million in new project funds as soon as this year. And those are those orange colored bars that start in year 2025. And then in year 2027, we project that the district could issue the final 6.3 million. And those are those gold colored bars that start to layer in year 2029. And so the total 71 million authorization can be projected to be issued, and we're still under that $30 horizontal tax rate limit in every year. And those are the current projections. The next few slides are, if you go to the next slide, please. Oh, and I also want to mention, there's no requirement for the district to issue on this authorization. It's really when you have the needs. So if 2023 is not the right time, that's totally fine. You can look at issuing in 2024 as well. On slide 13, thank you. And these next few slides cover some hypothetical funding future projections from a new GO bond measure in 2024. They all have the same assumptions, as I mentioned, the 4% assessed value growth. And slide 13 is where we look at a traditional approach. And this is where a new voter authorization results in a brand new tax rate that's paid in addition to your 1998 bond and your 2014 Measure B bond. And so at a $20 per $100,000 new rate, you can project a total authorization of 52 million based on this tax rate. Next slide, please. On slide 14, please. And I won't go through, the next few slides just are very similar, but they just get progressively larger as we look at higher tax rates. And as a non-unified / elementary district, you can go as high as $30 per 100,000 for each Proposition 39 bond. So at a $25 tax rate, it could generate $65 million in total. And then on the next slide, at $30, it generates up to $78 million in total. And slide 16, please. This is another option for a 2024 bond, and it's called a tax rate extension. And this would be where the district would communicate to voters that if you approve a new bond, the tax rate you've been paying on 1998 bonds that again expire in 2026 we will not increase the rate, but we will merely extend the rate. So instead of the payments ending in 2026, likely to end in 2055. However, the current level of tax rates that the community is paying will not rise because of that. We're just merely extending the payments out. And so because of this, there are some drawbacks. You're not able to get the full benefit of $30 per 100,000. However, it's about an $18 tax rate extension. So you could generate about $46 million. And so those are the drawbacks. You have that tax rate capacity, but also you can say to your voters that we will not increase the level of tax rates. Next slide, please.
And that would need a measure.
That would be a new measure, correct? And so this is just a simple chart that summarizes all 4 scenarios in one slide, as low as 46 million up to 78 million at the fresh new $30 tax rate. Any questions up to this point? Great. So slide 18, please. And this chart shows the passage rate for all previous Proposition 39 bond elections dating back to February 2008. And you can see March 2020 is that really outlier where we had a 36% passage rate. It was really quite an outlier for a number of reasons. One, 2 weeks before the election, we had the stock market drop about 13%. We had just had new COVID cases coming stateside, a lot of uncertainty. So when people are really uncertain about the future, they tend to not be supportive for taxes. And so we definitely saw that in March 2020. However, the following Proposition 39 election cycles were very successful, pretty close to historical averages. So in November 2020, we had an 80% success rate, followed by a 70% and a 72% success rate. What I want to point your attention to on this slide, most importantly, though, are those green colored dots. Those are all tied to the presidential year elections. And so in November 2008, November 2012, 16, and 20, you can see more often than not, going on a presidential year election is more beneficial. It results in more on compared apples to apples, the highest level of support compared to a primary election. And so just something to consider if you are considering going out next year. And then next slide, please. This outlays 4 main phases of a bond measure campaign. And so if you are interested in pursuing this path, not necessarily committing yourself, but just exploring the possibility, that first step would be a feasibility study. This is otherwise known as a voter opinion survey or a poll. And this helps you navigate and also really doing that survey, engaging the voter sensitivity in your community. It helps you know if a tax rate extension is kind of the likeliest scenario, or if a brand new $30 tax rate is something that the community would want. And it not only identifies the most successful tax rate that would be likely to achieve, but it also helps identify some really pressing issues of need and helps you identify priorities for a project list as well. And then once we decide on a tax rate that we're likely to go out at, our office will help provide all the financial figures and data to back that up. Once those survey results are ready, we would then recommend the district hire what's called a communication consultant. And this is a second firm that helps you bring in information-only awareness to the district, and it helps communicate the funding need and the level of need to the community, helps you navigate the political landscape of the neighborhood and build consensus. And at the bottom of the slide, I mentioned those 2 dates in 2024. So if you wanted to hit the March primary election, the board would have to approve a resolution by December 8th of this year, and that's for the March 2024 primary. For the November 2024 presidential election, you have more time. You would have until August 9th to approve a resolution calling election for bonds. And next slide, please. I slightly touched on what these 2 firms do, but ideally, if you were to move forward, we would like to get a survey done, hopefully by the summer or fall. That gives you a lot of information as far as tax rate and project list. And then if you were to pivot to November 2024, we definitely recommend hiring or ordering a tracking poll. So not only a poll for this fall, but also to get an updated poll sometime in spring of 2024, because we want to get as fresh data as you can, make sure that the community is still overall supportive or likely to be supportive for a November bond. And the cost, survey consultant is held on a monthly retainer basis, roughly $7,000 to $8,000 per month. And then the the survey consultant is about $25,000 for that poll result. And next slide, please. And this shows just very abridged summaries of what a March 2024 next steps would be. Tonight is just an information only presentation. However, if we were to go for March, we would have to move pretty quickly in getting the results of that survey. We do have some future board meetings projected where we would provide the survey results, provide draft bond measure documents and a project list. And then by November 13th is when we would probably ask the board to consider the resolution. Because of that December date, we have CSBA conference in early December, we have Thanksgiving holiday. So really we need to look at the middle of November to have that board approval. And that's for the March 2024 primary. And then finally, on the last slide is the timeline for the November 2024 bond. As you can see, we have more time, a little more breathing room, but we still would like to get that survey done, that initial survey done this year, with hopefully a tracking survey in the spring of next year. And we've estimated June of 2024, that would be the date for the board to consider resolution calling election at that point in time. So there's a lot of information there. Thank you for your time, but definitely available to answer any questions you may have.
I have a couple of questions, clarification. So $30 tax rate would be $30 times $100,000 per assessed value. So that's per year. So
Per
like
year.
if it's a $400,000 home, average person will be paying a year $120.
That's right.
taxes.
Yeah, so median net assessed value, $430,000. And when you take that times a $30 tax rate, that would be about $172 in additional tax each year.
And then do we give a percent of our bond to the high school district, right? Because we're not unified? No, this bond was all.
This is
to us?
100% all yours. And any matching funds you get from the state would also be 100% yours as well.
Because in the past, I thought I heard somebody say like you get a bond, you have to split it with the district, high school district, because we don't have to do that.
No, you don't have to.
Good, we want to keep our money.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted, I don't know, because it's last time the board did the bond, none of you guys were here, but I was also not on the board. I was a parent and I was the treasurer. So I have a lot of information about how that happened. It was, I mean, I probably have a little bit of PTSD from it because there's so much paperwork involved, but it was really good. I mean, obviously it was the best thing that happened to us. So, I mean, if you guys have any questions, I can definitely help you understand it further. But also, I felt like last time what worked the best, because I did it all. I did like the phone calls. I did, I was very, a big part of that bond. But we also did have staff buy-in. So all of our staff really wanted this for our schools. And I felt like that was a really important part of it because, obviously the parents are asking staff, and then also just understanding like the basics of it. So when you do have people coming up to, $30 a year, when you calculate it, it's not really that much, but, obviously you get a lot of propaganda that comes with bond measures too, that, they're raising their prices and it's really not that much of a difference when you're paying for a home, an extra $100 a year isn't really gonna break you, but also just talking about the big points of like, also this time around, we have a lot to show. So we have the music building, we have, the Pendleton office, we have all the playground, we have a lot to show for what we did with the first bond. So I'm excited for the possibility of it. I know it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and a lot of stress, but definitely it's money that we really could use for our schools. Like, I feel like, it would do great things for us.
Historically, have you seen like if the high school district goes with us, we both fail or we both pass kind of thing? Or is it like?
Typically, when you see a high school, the kind of the hierarchy of priority is elementary districts get the best success rate, and then high school districts, and then community college districts. So elementary, you are definitely in favor, have the upper hand if you go against the high school district.
Do we know at this time if anyone is gonna do for the March?
So I think most school districts are going in November 2024, just because even though everyone knows it's going to be very competitive, there's going to be a lot of competing issues in November 24, but that's generally when you get the most voter turnout. And when you have the most voter turnout, it tends to be the most supportive for bonds.
So last time we did it, they told us to do it on a non-election year, or like it would be like the March one, because of that same reason, that because people don't really know what the issues are and they just vote yes and they don't really look at it. carefully, which is
Certainly.
unfortunate, but I mean, that's kind of what we were told last time, that when it's a presidential year, sometimes it gets very heated and it just becomes like, no, I don't want to pay,
Mhm.
you know, that kind of.
Right. And definitely if your survey results said that you could be successful in a March 2024 primary, that would be a very good reason to go. for
Mm.
sure.
I think it's worth probably doing a survey and seeing how the community feels.
How much is gonna cost to do the pre-work to get to the measure and everything?
So the survey would cost $25,000. A tracking survey, if we did it in spring, would be another $20,000. And then the communication consultant, that would be the $7,000 to $8,000 per month retainer. You only pay that per month until the district calls the resolution of election. At that point in time, then the district switches to campaign mode, and that communication consultant cannot be paid by the district. That has to be paid by a campaign fund. So like private donations, fundraising, foundation funds. And then other costs would be legal fees. So your attorneys to prepare the legal documents, the resolutions, the project list. And then our fee would be just based on hourly rates, but we would cap it at a certain dollar figure, probably under $8,000, $8,000 to $10,000.
So last time, were you part of the foundation that ran the campaign part?
I was the foundation, and everyone told me it's only a few papers. It was a lot of papers. Yeah, but yeah, you'd have to have a campaign, and that's when it becomes a foundation, and then you get donations from different vendors or, you know, people in the community, and then you have to report all that. And then that's the money that you use for any flyers that you send out or any mailers or, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I think I like the concept of serving the community. Is there a fee to do a town hall? So we can have a town hall meeting with the community to not get into any type of retainers or any type of fees, additional fee. So we can see what that looks like and then bring the data back to us. And I like it a little bit more detailed as far as what the fees look like.
Mhm.
Cause it's nice you're mentioning the fees. However, we want to see the fees laid out in a timeline as far as how much it's gonna be. So we as a board can take a look at it and see if it's feasible for us to do it now or next year. However, we want to do it. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for another bond. However, we do need to take a look at all those hard numbers. And actually survey the community before we get into further discussions as far as doing a town hall again. That would be something that I would propose, you know, as a board member to get some input from the rest of the community before we dive deeper into it.
Certainly, I could provide a breakdown for Ms. Poteet and she can forward that to you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's see, so the hearing session on the bargaining proposal. Pursuant to the government code 3547, negotiations are not permitted until proposals have been made public. The governing board of the Buena Park School District will provide time for public comment on the Buena Park School District and the Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 569, protocol, proposal for bargaining for the 2023-24 school year. Okay, Dr. Cantu, are there any comments for the hearing session related to the bargaining proposal?
No, there are no comments.
Okay. Then I guess that just takes us on to the hearing session for the local control accountability plan. All right. Pursuant to Education Code Section 52062, parentheses B, parentheses 1, the governing board is required to hold a public hearing session for the local control accountability plan, LCAP, that shall be held at the same meeting as the budget public hearing. Education Code 52062, parentheses B, parentheses 2, specifies that the LCAP hearing be held at a separate earlier board meeting prior to the board adoption of the LCAP. The LCAP public hearing and LCAP adoption cannot be held on the same day. A copy of the draft 2023-24 Buena Park School District Local Control Accountability Plan is attached and also available for viewing on the district's website, www.bpds.us. Dr. Cantu, are there any comments for the hearing session related to the LCAP?
At this time, there are no comments, but we would like to have the presentation presented so that you may hear the plan.
Okay.
Chief Academic Officer Michelle Centeno and Director of Educational Programs Sherry Wong will present the LCAP plan, proposed plan now.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Shed, members of the governing board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cantu, district staff, and esteemed guests. My colleague, Director Huang, and I are excited to share our district's LCAP plan for the 23-24 school year with you this evening, as it is the result of many educational partners' voices coming together in service of providing our BPSD students with educational excellence. The process of creating a comprehensive plan that represents all students in our learning community is truly an exciting endeavor and lots of work. It was done in collaboration with many partners, including our fiscal department. And so we'd like to take a moment to thank at this time our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Sandy Poteet, and our fiscal director, Ms. Neelam Kakar. We could not have done this without your support. Next slide, please. All right, so here you can see it starts with our LCAP steering committee. As I mentioned, the development of our plan was a collaborative effort, and it represents the input from many members of our learning community who work together as part of the steering committee. This committee met from January through April of this school year. We would also like to acknowledge the commitment and the time dedicated by the steering committee, comprised of parents that represented our many diverse students in the district, including English learners, students with unique needs, our GATE students, etc. Also, we had representatives from our bargaining units. We had site and district staff and administration. We had community members, including one of our own board members as part of the steering committee. And together, we analyzed lots of data that gave us a clear view of where we are as a district with our strengths, and also helped us to develop our priority areas of growth for next year. Next slide, please. So before you, you can see the LCAP plan development process that we undertook, and it started with a needs assessment. And so with this needs assessment, we started by reviewing last year's data, lots and lots of data, academic data such as CASP, LPAC, and iReady data, as well as last year's LCAP surveys. This also helped us determine the questions for this year's LCAP survey. Then we began to gather our educational partners' input via the LCAP surveys and the steering committee, as well as through many different LCAP focus group interviews. We interviewed staff members, both certificated, classified staff. We also interviewed many different parents. We interviewed students from our elementary level, also from our middle school sites, to get their perspectives. We moved into the plan development. And so here we really focused on the fact that our district, like many districts in our county, have been identified for differentiated assistance. And so we paid particular attention to the data for our subgroups of students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness, and our foster youth. With this in mind, we kept our 3 goals from our previous LCAP, which are aligned to our state priorities, and we maintained and added additional actions to help us attain our goals. Our base LCFF allocation, along with our supplemental and concentration grant, supports our goals and our actions. We then moved into the review and the adoption, starting with today, our public hearing. So this is kind of the grand, or part of the grand finale. We are here presenting our LCAP plan to you and to the public for comment and feedback. We are very proud to announce that OCDE has given our plan its approval. And so that shows that we have met all criteria of the plan. This upcoming board meeting, June 26th, we will hopefully have our board approve our LCAP plan so that we can submit to the county by July 1st. I should also add that on June 26th, we will present our local indicator report, which is required to be done in conjunction with the adoption of the LCAP plan. Next slide, please. Right, now we're going to delve a little bit deeper into our LCAP plan for this year. Next slide. So our LCAP follows a template that the state requires, and you can see that we have 5 different sections in the LCAP plan. Starting with the plan summary, which really highlights our district's strengths and also identifies our priority areas of growth. I'm very proud to say that this year we showed in our local assessment, iReady, growth across all grade levels in the areas of reading and math. So that was one definite strength that was highlighted in our LCAP plan. We also attribute some of the progress made with professional development in the area of CGI. As you know, we've had 5 days for all staff members at the elementary level of CGI training. So we wanted to ensure that that was provided to all of our staff in order to ensure equity and to help them deepen their learning around CGI practices. Also this year, we focused on Readers and Writers Workshop. So all school sites were able to receive professional development around readers and writers. We are committed to that. And lastly, our English language development, professional development, to ensure our teachers are able to meet the needs of our language diverse students. As you can see, we developed, or you will see, we developed our 3 goals. We maintained our 3 goals, and we developed actions. Some we maintained, some we added based on the identified strengths and priority needs of our district. In addition, we wanted to ensure that we increased or improved services for our unduplicated pupils, including our foster youth, English learners, and also our low-income students. Of course, another required section, the budget, right? The expenditure tables. You will hear much more about the budget in a bit with our next presentation, but our budget aligns in supporting our goals and our actions. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about the engagement process already and how we ensured that we surveyed and we interviewed many partners across the district. Again, teachers, staff members, parents, students, and all of this input resulted in the actions within our LCAP plan. Next slide. When we were looking at data, we looked at a wide range of data, including our local assessments, as I mentioned, iReady. Also, we took a look at some of our state data to be sure, our dashboard data, CalPADS data. We also partnered with OCDE to really help us understand the requirements of this year's LCAP, especially again, keeping in mind that we are a differentiated assistance school district. We wanted to ensure that we really got that piece right with our LCAP because we know the importance, the outcome of meeting the needs of our students. And of course, on the far right here, you see all of the assessment data that we took a look at, iReady, CASP, and Panorama for our social emotional learning. Next slide, please. All right. And now I am going to turn it over to Director Huang, who is going to delve a little bit deeper into our three LCAP goals.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening. At this time, I'm going to go into three goals that we have for the Buena Park School District LCAP. I'm going to share a little bit on the different data points for each of the goals, and then also go into the action items to meet those goals. So we'll start with goal one. So with goal one aligns to the state priority 1, basic services, priority 2, implementation of state standards, and priority 4, pupil achievement. So goal 1 focuses on student achievement through implementation of instruction and assessments based on the state standards taught by highly qualified teachers, and ensuring effective instruction in English language arts, math, and language proficiency. And as you see here in the goal, there is emphasis to support our students with disabilities, foster youth, and students that are at promise. So to meet the desired outcomes for goal 1, we looked at some measures of data. We looked at our state measure of CASP and LPAC, along with our local assessment, iReady. Next slide, please. So as we look at our data, first of all, we look at CASP here. And as you see here, this is the first time since 2019 that our students in grades 3 through 8 took the assessment. So the state is viewing the 22 CASP data as a baseline data. And if you see here in the area of ELA, of the 2,795 students that took the ELA CASP, a little bit over 40% of our students met or exceeded standards. In the area of math, from the 2,793 students that took the exam, we had a little bit over 30% of students that met or exceeded standards in math. And if we look back at 2019, 45% of students met or exceeded standards for ELA and 40% for math. So we definitely have room to improve here. As you can see right below the donut that you see, we went a little bit deeper. First of all, the first column shows LCAP target overall. So this is our target for spring 2024. So this is at year 3 of LCAP. And our goal there, our target goal is 61% for our students to have met or exceeded standard of 61% by spring 2024, and in math, 56%. If you look further to the right, I'm sorry, I'm going to mention one more thing right below where the table is. We did dive deeper into the different subgroups in our CASP data, as this will give us a better look on the different recommendations and support that we need to provide for all of our students. To the right, you see our LPAC results here. LPAC is an assessment that our English learners take so that we can see our students working towards progress in their English language proficiency. So in LPAC, there's 4 levels that are divided further into 6, they say LP, English Learner Progress Indicators, levels to determine how our students are progressing forward. So for 2021 and 22, 46.6% of our students are making progress toward proficiency. As we look back at spring of 2021, we did have 54.7% of students work towards proficiency in that area. We also will be implementing actions to improve in our English language progression there. As Ms. Centeno mentioned earlier regarding our status of being in differentiated assistance, one of the qualifying areas or priority area is in academic performance. And 2 of our subgroups, students experiencing homelessness and students with disabilities, were identified as being needing differentiated assistance. So from these data points, our district has looked into with our LCAP steering committee on how we are going to address these needs. But before we go into the action, we do want to look a little bit further into our local assessment iReady data. Next slide, please. So here you can see our iReady results as of our diagnostic 3 that was just taken in spring of 2023. We wanted to determine and evaluate that we are working towards our LCAP goal during the school year, not just as a summative assessment at the end as our state assessment measures. So as we're looking at our iReady, this assessment is given in the beginning of the school year, in the middle of the school year, and at the end of the school year. And our LCAP committee really looked deeply into our iReady assessments. And as you can see here, overall, there has been growth in both ELA in reading and in math. And from our D1 to D3, as you can see, the arrows pointing up there. So I definitely we see areas of improvement in student academic achievement, but we also want to recognize the work that our students have achieved so far this school year. So as we look here for iReady, the green bars here show us again the targeted outcome for by spring 2024, which is next school year. And as we see in reading, we have currently 51%, overall 51% in D3 of students early on or above grade level. For math, the targeted is 58% by the end of next school year. And overall, we are at 45% early on or above grade level. And it was an increase of 25% from D1 of this school year. So as we dived even deeper into the data by subgroups, we did see increases by subgroups there for our students from D1 to D3. In addition to that, it's not shown here, but with our LCAP committee, steering committee, we did even look deeper in to our data by grade level. And across all grade levels, kinder through 8th grade, we did see a growth for iReady from D1 to D3. So we're going to go ahead now, next slide, to look at the actions that we have, we'll be putting in place for the next school year to address the areas of need here and to meet our LCAP goal 1. So one area here that we're looking at is highly qualified staff to ensure that instruction for all students are taught by highly qualified teachers who have a deep understanding of the content that they teach and have a variety of instructional strategies for differentiation, for support for all of students, including our unduplicated students. Next, we look at enhanced professional development. As Ms. Centeno has mentioned, we had a lot of professional development provided for our staff members this school year and saw that as being effective. So not only will we continue that work, but we will be enhancing that work by bringing more professional development opportunities for our staff members in reading and in math and in instructional practices with the help of our instructional coaches, our partners at OCDE, and also our additional learning providers. Next is increased student program offerings. Just to name a few, we have our VAPA. We want to continue our outdoor science camp for our students. We want to continue to offer the middle school college courses. We want to continue and expand our physical education program that we're able to this year as well too. And of course, continuing the work with GATE for our students to just meet all the needs of our students. Next here is expand early learning program. I know that this school year we have come so far of implementing early learning programs at all of our school sites. So we want to continue that work and also expand that work by adding another full day of early learning program at the Buena Park Learning Center. But as we have been doing the last 2 years, we are going ahead and extending the TK acceptance age beyond the CD TK phase in timeline. So we will be having younger TKers at our school district to make sure that we're providing these resources and opportunities for our younger students. We'll continue with the use of supplemental materials. As Ms. Centeno mentioned, we'll continue the work of reading and writing workshop and CGI approach practices. And with that comes iReady materials as well as ELD supplemental resources to support that work. And lastly, here is strengthen intervention systems and support, MTSS. So not only with academic intervention or targeted evidence-based intervention that we will be providing our students, there is also the behavior support that our students need. So that is also an item that we have included in Action 1 to meet goal LCAP Goal 1. So we can go to the next slide, please. So now on to Goal 2, creating and maintaining a positive, safe, and culturally responsive learning environment is critical and crucial for ensuring effective learning outcomes. So Goal 2 aligns with several state priorities. Priority 1, basic services. Priority 5, people engagement. Priority 6, school climate, and Priority 7, broad course of study. So by aligning Goal 2 with these state priorities, the focus is on creating and maintaining an environment where students feel safe, engaged, and included that will promote regular attendance, enhance student engagement, and ultimately lead to improved college and career readiness. So now let's look at the data for Goal 2. Next slide, please. So here our district utilizes Panorama and LCAP surveys to inform us on how students, parents, and staff feel about school safety and connectedness. The data shows that we are already meeting some of the support goals set within the plan, and some we continue to work on and work towards. So with the Panorama assessment or surveys, this measures many social emotional measures, but we particularly identified emotional regulation and supportive relationships, as these are two that were identified as need from COVID as well too, and we're continuing that work. The spring 2023 Panorama survey shows that for emotional regulation, we saw a slight increase since last year, as we were targeting for 56% by spring 2024, as you see in that green, the green bar graph there. And then for students in grades 3 to 5 increased 2% and middle school by 4%, as you can see by the different colors there. In supportive relationships, we saw an increase of 1% for grades 3 to 5 and a slight decrease of 2% at the middle school levels. So our target outcome for spring 2024, as indicated in that green bar, is 56%. Another key measure is the spring 2023 district-wide LCAP survey results on how our students, parents, and staff feel that students can access counseling services if needed. So as we look here, we see that once again, the green bar indicating the target outcome by spring 2024. If we look at the results here, 69.1% of parents strongly agree their child or children can get counseling services when they need it. 87% of staff strongly agree that students can get counseling services when they need it. And 83% of students agree or strongly agree that they can see a counselor when they need it. So there's been a slight dip from last year in terms of parents and staff perspective. However, for student perspective, there's been an increase of agreeing to see if they're able to access counseling services. In addition to this data or these data points, the LCAP steering committee looked at multiple other data as well too. We looked, of course, at the SARC data to look at the facilities report. We also looked into the attendance data that I'll be going into in Goal 3, but also addressing it with Goal 2 actions. We looked at suspension data as well too. And as we look at suspension, there's been last year 130 suspensions for the 21-22. When we looked at the April marker, we saw that we were hopeful it was 87. And then when we looked at our most recent, the latest one, we did have 141 suspensions. So there's definitely a need there for us to address and to work to better support our students and families. In addition to that, looking at differentiated assistance, suspension is a priority area that we look at. And we did see from our 21-22 data that a subgroup foster youth fell into that need of differentiated assistance. However, as we looked at our suspension data for this current school year, we have 0 foster youth suspension. So that's a positive for us. Now on to the actions for Goal 2. So it is evident that a safe and positive environment is essential for effective learning. And of course, social emotional health plays a critical role in student success, as emphasized by educational partners. So as we look at continuing that effort to creating that environment, these are a couple of goals that we wanted to, action items that we wanted to highlight for goal 2. So we want to continue with the continuum of mental health support and health services. There are nurses, health clerks, counselors to respond to the needs of our students in health and social emotional health. We want to increase attendance support. And as I mentioned, I'll be going into a little bit more detail with the attendance data in our next goal. But to increase attendance support, we will be having additional staff to monitor attendance data, provide support for our students and families, to have re-engagement plans, to have prevention awareness. And then also to have recognition for our students for being at school every day as well too. So that additional attendance support will be providing those resources for our families. Next area is transportation services. We'll continue busing services for those who do not live in a safe walking distance to school. And as especially we see this as a barrier for our unduplicated students, as therefore this will be providing that additional support for our unduplicated pupils. We'll continue technology integration and support to enhance and elevate teaching learning. We want to expand our passion programs, whether it's in STEM, VAPA, our IB-PYP that's on our way at Pendleton, and of course, looking at our career and college pathways and readiness for our students. Enhancing school climate and environment. So through PBIS, the district will further develop a fair and respectful inclusive environment, and also to have a welcoming, inviting school environment. We'll definitely work through our facilities and maintenance and custodial support to even enhance that more. And lastly, middle school program support. It was loud and clear during our LCAP steering committee that support for our middle school is needed. So through program specialists, through our guidance specialists as well too, they'll be at our middle schools to provide support, not only CTE pathways, but also be a mentor for our middle school students to meet LCAP goal 2. Next slide, please. So looking at goal 3, and this is our third and final goal for Buena Park School District's LCAP. So Buena Park School District acknowledges the importance of parents and student engagement as a crucial aspect of high quality education. So recognizing that parents have a significant impact on their child's learning and education, our school district emphasizes the value of active parent participation. So aligning with priorities, Buena Park District focus on parent and family engagement, which is priority 3, and priority 8, pupil outcomes. As we know that active, engaged parents contribute to positive academic and developmental outcomes of our students. So let's look a little bit deeper into the data for goal 3. So you'll see here, this donut here that we created, where we wanted to kind of count how many parent engagement opportunities have we given our parents to be involved in their child's education. And we kind of roughly saw about 103 opportunities or events. This is of course not including some of the site parent engagement opportunities and many opportunities that our school sites invite our parents to be at the school sites. But included in these opportunities are our parent advisories such as School Site Council, ELAC, DLAC, our LCAP steering committee, our safety committee. Also looking at our ed services, parent workshops that deal with parent leadership, GATE, truancy responses, safety. So we do, we're able to see that in the past year, we're able to provide or give many opportunities for our parents to be involved in decision-making for our school district and school sites, and also be provided more education so that they can better support their students as well too. Another data point we studied is the attendance rates. Attendance is critical to student success and emphasized, as this data is also indicated in goal 2 metrics, and it was also addressed in goal 2 actions as well, to pertaining to both of these goals. So as we see here, attendance this year remained the same as last, roughly about 93% of students coming to school. However, we continue to work toward our target goal of 96% by spring 2024. The next chart here, you'll see the chronic absenteeism rate. When looking at this year's rate is 20%, a decrease of 3% from last year. And with chronic absenteeism, lower the better, right? So, but we do have 3% more to meet our target outcome by spring 2024. And again, with differentiated assistance, chronic absenteeism is a priority area identified for differentiated assistance. And for the Buena Park School District, we did have our subgroup students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness, and foster youth identified as having the differentiated assistance need. All right, so we're going to look at the actions to meet goal 3. So as BPSD aims to increase authentic parent and pupil engagement to support academic achievement and social emotional development through several strategies, just to mention a few, we want to continue on with providing opportunities for parents to be involved through parent workshops. We want to make sure that it is tailored towards the need of our parents. So we are looking at the survey results, the LCAP survey results, and of course from our parent advisory committees, we do a parent needs assessment to see what are the areas that our parents would like parent workshop. And so some included on specific content standards or content knowledge for our students. Parents also indicated I would like to learn how to better support my English learners. So that's something that we're looking into providing for our students, and also wanting some more resources on how to tap into the community resources and materials that are available to our parents. Secondly, we see engaging parent advisory committees. So we want to make sure that our parents are involved in the decision-making of our school district. So as we have done this year and in the past, we'll be continuing the work with our LCAP steering committee, partnering with OCDE to dive deep into our data, facilitating those meetings, and also making sure that we're hearing the voices of our parents, staff, and students. And lastly here, we included additional opportunities for parent access and involvement. We want to make sure that our families and parents have access to information so that they can be involved in their children's education. So we want to remove any barriers for our parents to be involved. So we did include that additional supplemental translation interpreting services will be provided for our English learner families. So once again, these are our 3 LCAP goals, data points, and the action items that we wanted to present to you regarding our 2023-24 LCAP. And just in closing, our Buena Park School District is committed to meeting our 3 LCAP goals through the implementation of these planned actions. And not only do we stop here, but we continue to look at it, we evaluate it, and we adjust and look at the strategies and hear the feedback. And from there, we want to ensure that we have continuous improvement towards achieving these LCAP goals. So thank you. And we continue to go towards our mission. Any questions?
I have a question with goal 1, and what's the correlation of achievement based on iReady versus our SBAC? I know it's been a while since we had this conversation. So now we look at overall achievements based on iReady 3, but then look at our SBAC and the differentiation. How is that a normal different correlation, or is that correlation supposed to be a little tighter?
So we're hoping to see a closer correlation this year as compared to last year. Last year was the first year that iReady did have that correlation, that projected outcome based on their results toward our CASP data. This year, we have been told by our iReady partners that they have worked to make sure not to make sure, but they are hoping that that is a closer correlation. The achievement on iReady closer to being more predictive as to how students will perform on CASP.
So when our sites are like reporting their school reports and, you know, when their ELA and math data are like, we're making good growth, we're like 70% at or above, and then so forth. That's off compared to then what the SBAC will probably share by site.
This year, yes, we did see that it was not a very strong correlation. It was off. And again, we have asked iReady to help us understand and also wanting to know what they are doing on their end so that that predictability is more closely aligned.
And just to put out there, I'm sure with implementation dips of, we did training for CGI for everybody, read and writer everybody, so we should hopefully see in a 2-year model of change.
So those results that you're talking about, it says here 2022, are they 2022 or 2023?
For CASP,
For
it would
the
be,
LCAP to goal 1 data.
yeah, for CASP, it would be spring 2022.
Okay.
For iReady, we looked at this year's iReady results, so diagnostic 1 in the fall as compared to diagnostic 3, which we just completed in spring.
And just about the chronic absenteeism, I think all of us were kind of caught off guard with it because I remember, I can't believe we're getting dinged for it because last year we were telling people stay home,
Yes.
you know, so for it to be, and even this year, at the beginning of the year, it was the same thing. It was kind of like, if you feel anything, just, stay home. So I'm just surprised that we are getting dinged for that.
So are we, and many have reported that same surprise and dismay to the State Department.
Yes. And I wanted to know if, are we able to look at neighboring districts just to see, is it the same kind of, even for the CASP and for the iReady, are we able to, is that available to us just to see if it's a trend? Everyone's kind of going through the same thing, or is it just our district that we're seeing that these goals are not, just to give us an idea?
So we would be able to see our neighboring districts' results on CASP. We're able to look at that on the dashboard. We are also able to see if they included iReady results on their LCAP. That is a public document, so we would be able to see that
Yeah,
way.
maybe
But
if we could get it on our Friday report or just to visualize it, because it makes a lot of sense when we see it everywhere. It just makes it help us understand it better. And then just as just a suggestion for the LCAP meetings, I know there's like a group of parents that are just really on it and know when these meetings happen and attend it and just understand it. But I wonder if next year we could at least maybe once a year visit PTA meetings as they're happening and kind of explain it a little further, because I've explained it many times, like, what is LCAP? And they get an email from the district, would you like to be on that committee? And they're like, I don't want another thing, but when you come in and explain to them, like, this is the power they have to be able to be part of this plan, I feel like just you'll get a different set of parents that probably haven't been part of those conversations. Maybe it'll help us, next year.
It's a great suggestion, you're right. We don't want it to be another meeting, but we definitely want to hear from all of our parents, definitely through our surveys, but also through meeting them face to face. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I also wonder if we were to meet with our PTA groups earlier in the year, just so that we can share with them what the LCAP plan is. That might also just kind of give them that encouragement so when your principals come to you and ask.
Yeah, they're not
who
hiding.
wants to be part of the LCAP steering
That's-
committee or take that survey, they will be more apt to.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that suggestion.
I do like that suggestion, because when I was PTA president, we looked forward to having some, informational stuff like this at our meetings. We didn't have enough of, so it created a lot more questions from the parents. But if we can do it early on, I think it'd be beneficial for all PTAs to get some information. It also goes in part of, for them structuring their meetings too, right? It gives them content to have for their meetings. So it'd be nice if we can provide them ahead of time or early on in the school year for them.
So maybe LCAP is not just, during the spring season or early winter or late winter and spring. Maybe it really is all year long that we're thinking about and talking about LCAP.
Yeah, because I think it's something that constantly changes. It changes, pretty, it changes throughout the whole year. So as current and as we have current information year round, it makes more sense for everybody versus, talking about it, oh, last spring, right? It's kind of like that revolving door, but if we can talk about it on a continuing basis, it'll make more sense for everybody. In my opinion, it's just me personally speaking. And I did have one other question. For iReady, is it just inaccurate for our district in comparison to the CASP, or is it just for everybody? Is it inaccurate for everybody?
So that is something that is internal within iReady, but I would imagine that districts may have seen some similarities. But again, we can definitely take a look at CASP data that is public data so that we can see a comparison to surrounding districts. And we can also continue to further investigate, what's causing that difference in correlation between iReady and CASP data.
Before COVID, iReady suggested it was around an 85% correlation with CASP. We do know that beginning of the year when we got our data for CASP, we did talk about the fact that our students have been taking iReady for many years. If you were middle school, you had experience with iReady. We also did iReady 3 times a year, where CASP for our students last year was brand new. Many of the students had not taken it at all. So remember, we equated to, you know how to drive a car, but if you're driving your car that you drive every single day, you know what to do, a bump, you come to a road that's new. When you're in a brand new car, things are different. And so for many of our students, CASP was a brand new car, even though they were used to reading and writing and answering questions or doing math. And I think the other thing too is that this year we asked our principals to be much more mindful of practice similar to what's on the CASP test, besides taking it 3 times this year. So we are hoping that that correlation continues or gets stronger as the year goes, as we compare CASP to iReady in the spring.
I agree. I think those sample tests for something like that would be ideal, especially on something new. That way it gives them a way to prepare and kind of get an idea of what it might look like, just not as a staff, but also as students, right? We can kind of gauge where they're at and see how we can tie in their education to better fit at time when we take those testing.
This fall, as we roll out our grade level standards for math broken up by trimester, we are also creating common formative assessments that align to the standards taught each trimester. And we are also ensuring that we will include some of the IABs, which are resources provided by the state, so that our students are indeed more familiar with the CASP format, because there is a different format to the CASP assessment. So we're being very mindful about ensuring that we are covering grade level standards. And I'm speaking specifically about math, although we do also do the same with our language arts. But with math in our new rollout, we will be covering our grade level standards, all grade level standards in math, and we will ensure that we have common formative assessments so that we know how our students are doing along the way. And we are also going to include IABs that really closely match for each trimester the standards that are taught. So we are being very, very mindful of that work as we roll that out, because we know that math in particular is a priority area for our students.
I have a question about that, the IAB practice. Is that something that all the teachers are using?
It varies from school site to school site. We do put it in our assessment calendar, and it does, again, vary from site to site. There were some schools that were very, very diligent about using the IABs throughout the year, and others chose to focus on different strategies for preparing students for the CASP assessments.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, but I think moving forward, one of the things, the switch that we've made is as our teachers are coming in for their CGI training, we're looking at a scope and sequence that has those assessments in it, and they're practicing them. So before we said, here, do it. Now we're working with them and they're experiencing it as part of their training. so that they have greater ownership of giving it to their students.
Okay, that sounds encouraging.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I definitely invite the board, anyone who's wanting to see any of our training happening with MAP. We do have training beginning. We started last week with 2 cohorts. We have another cohort beginning tomorrow, and we have the final cohort next week for year 2, our first 3 days of CGI training. So there's a lot of student work that teachers are participating in, what we call lab work. And it's very exciting to see. So you're absolutely welcome to attend.
I haven't had stopped by one of the trainings when you guys had it a few months back. But in regards to CGI, I just want to shout out, I want to thank you for the recognition you have given CGI along with Ms. Susan Huerta in the SEC classes. That is huge. To co-author an article on the Illustrated Mathematic publishings, that's pretty big, and to be known by national researchers, that's incredible. So thank you for putting that together, and I look forward to seeing more of it.
Thank you so much. And on that note, I'd also like to thank our Director of Special Education, Mrs. Linicki, for her support also, because that wouldn't have happened without her support and Principal Williamson's support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to throw out there, like, we haven't really focused on data often, like since the last 3 years almost, because there's something called pandemic. And I don't think we ever stressed as a board like that the data is the end all. So I want to put that out there, that we want growth, and I think we want, all the other goals here are very well connected of like, positivity and mental health and all that stuff. And we have a small army. I mean, it's not even an army sometimes, it's like freedom fighters that are like 3 of them trying to like make change. It's not easy to change a system. So we have to acknowledge sometimes and look at the work that you guys are trying to do. It's not easy to put that together when you're trying to move a school site or school culture or staff or student background. So I just want to put that out there as a comment, because I know you guys put a lot of effort in trying to, put a report together, but also make that in the classroom change. And it's going to take a lot more than just putting on the shoulders of like directives and saying, please do this, do that. And IABs can only go so far. It's not the answer to everything. It's a lot of other stuff. So the goal too, and the positivity and the safe culture and bringing back mental health and making sure kids are safe and all that stuff is going to be probably the Maslow, like the basic necessities that are still even being built again. So just to say, like, it's a great report. Just want to say thank you. I know you guys are doing like burning the midnight oil, trying to stress and make the data good, but it's not just about that. And I think that's what I just want to share that, because I feel like all of us are in the same mindset that, we talk about data because we have to sometimes, but it's not the end all. And so hopefully our staff also realizes that it's also about the relationships and building the rapport with our kids. That's number one, more so than sometimes the data. So just want to throw that out there.
Thank you for that. And I like to say that one of the things about the LCAP is really about lifting voices of our entire community. And if you ever would like to see a group of educators go toe to toe with one another to make sure that the students that they feel like they represent are voices, that their voices are heard, including our parents. So one of the things of being differentiated assistant school allowed us to really put a spotlight on our students that are silent, our parents that tend to be silent. And so one of the quests that we have is that our plans be truly come to life through the voices of those that have been voiceless. So for example, we've asked our principals and all of our site teacher leaders to be very mindful of who's actually engaged during a lesson, of what parents are coming to our training and how do we increase that, of listening to our parent voices rather than them always coming to training, is actually doing the work side by side and do more problem solving. Because we know that it is the silent majority that oftentimes has the answers that we're searching for. So I really do appreciate an acknowledgement that the mental health and the social emotional welfare is important to not just to our board, but like I said, if you've ever wanted to be in a room full of educators such as Director Linicki, Wong, and Simonovsky, led by our interim chief academic officer, sparks fly. because they want to make sure that wherever we are putting our money, it's where it's greatly needed. And that balance between social emotional connectedness and academic growth. And we know one does not go without the other.
More important. Thank you so much for your work and your report. Thank you. All right, let's see. That brings us to the hearing session 23-24 Buena Park School District Budget Proposed.
So at this time, we have no comments from the public, but we do have a presentation by Chief Fiscal Officer Poteet.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and community members. Tonight, we'd like to talk about our 2023-24 budget and where we plan to go. So if we go to the next slide. First off, I cannot do this. There's no way to do this without the assistance of our fiscal director, Neelam Kupar, and I sincerely thank her for all of her work to make this happen in both the budget and the LCAP. It's immeasurable. Go to the next slide, please. If we talk about the budget calendar, this is the first view of the budget for 23-24. In August, we'll take, if we need to, a step back and look at the 45-day to see if there's any revisions from the state. In September, we'll go backwards and look at last year or the year we're just finishing 22-23, and we'll take a peek at those unaudited actuals. We'll come back in December and review this budget again in March. And then in a year from now, we'll be on to the next year. So that's our budget calendar. Go on to the next slide. Our budget development is enrollment projections. We look at our revenue, both from the LCFF, state and federal programs, and then our expenditure assumptions. Forward, please. So our enrollment is declining. So the blue bars are our projected numbers for 23-24 in the following 2 years. We anticipate losing 131 students going into next year. That's a natural decline. We look at if every student here rolls into next year, that decline occurs as the 8th grade class that's leaving is greater than the TK kinder class that's coming in. So it's not necessarily that we're losing students at any particular grade level, or these numbers are based on if every student here rolls forward, what would we look like? And that's what we do for these 3 years. We'll update this data as the school year opens and we see how many students arrive. Hope for the better. Go on to the next slide. So that's our enrollment, which is declining. However, then we look at our attendance model because we are funded by attendance, not by enrollment. We have 3 choices, as we've talked about. We have current year ADA, we have prior year ADA or average daily attendance, or the average of the 3 most recent prior years. And that is the newest model that the state adopted. And that is the model of how we will be funded for next year is on our 3 prior year ADA. If you go to the next slide, we look at what is the natural progression of that. So the bright green is the enrollment data. The ADA is the dark green in the center, and the turquoise is what was funded for that year. So if you look at 22-23, the year we're in, we're being funded higher than we are for our enrollment, and it's higher than our ADA. We're about even in 23-24 for projection. The funded is slightly higher, but it's getting closer. And you'll see in 24-25, it appears that we're going to dip, that our enrollment's going to be greater than our funded ADA, but that'll depend on how our students come to school. So as we were talking about earlier in the LCAP, how we're being dinged for chronic absenteeism, it's reflected here in our ADA number. So they are definitely connected. We could go to the next slide. So we have a May revision update from the governor, updated his January proposal. I will mention that as of today, the legislature has come to an agreement. They're supposed to take a vote possibly tomorrow on a budget. And so we should have an on-time budget from the state. So we'll see where things landed. Right now, what we know is that the 22-23 revenue is unknown. We did have the ability in the state of California, if you were in a hard hit community, to delay submitting your income taxes to the state. So the state doesn't know how much money they're really going to have for the year we're in, makes it very difficult to budget what they're looking at for 23-24. At the time of the May revision, they estimated they'd have a shortfall of 31.5 billion at the state. And unfortunately, those revenue numbers don't include a recession. If there's a recession, it could be worse. So this is what we knew as of May. As far as the COLA goes, the state is planning to fund the COLA at 8.22%. They, however, are not able to fund it with all ongoing dollars. So they are using some one-time money to fund the LCFF. But it does apply to, the COLA does apply to the local control funding formula. It applies to our special ed funding from the state. The child nutrition program and the state preschool program should all receive the COLA. The budget does also include at the state level cuts for programs for 22-23. So these are two programs that were one-time money we were receiving in 22-23. And the current projection is that the arts and music instructional materials discretionary block grant would be cut in half. And that the new learning recovery emergency block grant had a cut of 32% of those dollars. So we, for us, these dollars, we have not spent them yet. We have spent some dollars, but we have not spent and gone into the amount that we would have to return to the state. So some of these funds, we have actually received all of the cash and we would have to return the cash. We have it set aside in our reserves, and if that's what needs to happen, we can certainly do that. And go to the next slide.
Do we need to return?
I'm sorry.
Do we need to return it?
Well, we'll see what happens. I want to talk about the COLA percentage versus the revenue increase. So as I said, the COLA for this year is 8.22%, but the district is not receiving an 8.22% increase in revenue to our district. So this calculation shows that at the top is our calculation for our 22-23, our current year revenue calculation for the LCFF, which comes out to just over 38.2 million. Now this is of the base dollars, so not our entire local control funding formula, just the base dollars is 38.2 million. When you add the COLA, which happens in the chart at the bottom, you take the base grant per ADA, you apply a COLA of 8.22, you get a new base grant per ADA. The piece that folks forget is our funding is not staying constant. Our ADA is declining. So when you add that ADA decline and you multiply it out, we will receive an increase. It's estimated at 39.2 million. So just over $1 million in new revenue. It's only a 2.62% increase for Buena Park. We do not get 8.22% in new revenue. We get 2.62. Go on to the next slide. So there is a program that was new that's to be implemented in 23-24 that is funded. It's the Proposition 28 program, which is the arts music funding that was approved by the voters last November. It's funded off of the prior year percentage of Proposition 98. So how much we're actually getting, we don't know yet, because the state is still in flux of what the amount we're getting for the state in 22-23 is. It has been proposed already that it's lower than what we thought we would get in January. We're being cautioned not to go out and be in a hurry to spend the dollars. Wait to know what you have. There's still some regulations that are not completed as to how we can spend this money. So we're waiting on guidance. We have 3 years to spend it, so we have time if we want to do a slow rollout. So we've just been cautioned that it's early on and we have time. So just wanted to share that regarding the Props 28. Go to the next slide, please. So when we start looking at our budget, we look at our factors for expenditures and revenue. We look at our, as I said, our COLA of 8.22. Our enrollment for this year is 3,835 students. We have 3,531 in ADA, but our funded is 3,896. So as you can see, our funded ADA is greater than our enrollment. That's again, that prior year average. We've listed here on the table what our lottery projected number is, restricted lottery per student. And then we have our expenditure factors for the STRS rate of 19.10%, CalPERS rate of 26.68%, Social Security and Medicare, which is maintained at 6.2 and 1.45 respectively. Unemployment percentage at 0.5% and workers' comp at 2.25. I have on the chart here what those same factors are we are looking at for when we do our multi-year projection for 24-25 and 25-26. Those two out years will continue to update as we learn more data throughout the year. We can go on to the next slide. So using the data that we do know, we look at our revenue proposal for 23-24. We anticipate 58.5 million in unrestricted dollars, 26.4 million in restricted dollars, for total revenues of 84.9, almost $85 million. And that's broken out as 66% of that comes into our local control funding formula, 12% comes in from federal programs, 14% in other state programs, and then we have other local revenue of 8%. And go on to the next slide, please. Our expenditure budget includes total expenditures of 46 million on the unrestricted side, 35.9 million on the restricted, for a total funded expenditures of $82 million. Our personnel costs for both unrestricted and restricted is approximately 71% of the expenditures this year. Supplies and services are approximately 27%, and our other outgo is just 2%. And go on to the next slide. When you compare our revenues to our expenditures, we begin with an excess on the unrestricted side of 12.4 million, but we have a deficit on the restricted side of 9.4 million. As we've talked about, we have required contributions that go from our unrestricted to our restricted side. We have our special ed contribution of estimated at 7.4 million. As we've talked about, that does not necessarily go down. We have a maintenance of effort. So as we monitor our programs, we still have to spend the same amount per student from state and local funds that we did the prior year on a per student basis. We also have our restricted maintenance account, or RMA, that we have to contribute to, and that's just over 2.4 million. And that's a mandatory 3% of our expenditures need to be set aside in restricted maintenance to pay for projects. That's mandatory because we do accept state funding for facilities. So as long as we continue to accept those funds, we will continue to make contributions. We could go to the next slide, please. So we do end up with a net increase in the unrestricted budget of 2.5 million. Restricted is just over 385,000 for a total increase in our fund balance of just over 2.9 million. When you add those numbers to our beginning fund balance, we have an ending balance unrestricted of just over 20 million, restricted of 16.3 million, and a total fund balance of 36.4 million. Look at the next slide. We look at how our ending fund balance is broken down. What are the components of that? We have the non-spendable portions of revolving cash and stores, which are $80,000. Our restricted ending balance is 16.3 million. We look at our committed reserves. These are reserves that have been set aside for specific purposes. They total 12.4 million. They're identified as textbook adoption of 1,250,000. OPEB, other post-employment benefits of 534,200. We have a technology reserve of 250,000. We have a $25,000 set aside for the Affordable Care Act for penalties that may be occurred. We have a reserve in excess of the state minimum 3. This is an additional 1.5% that's set aside at just over 1.2 million. We've set aside funds for declining enrollment mitigation of 2.8 million, and we have future program needs set aside at 6.2 million. We have other assignments of 5.1 million. There's a reserve for the Kid Connection program, a reserve for our state preschool program, and then our reserve capacity of 4.8 million. And of course, the final component is our reserve for economic uncertainties, our mandatory 3%, which is 2.4 million. Go on to the next slide. We do have a requirement to justify why we have anything over 3% in our ending fund balance, thanks to Proposition 2. So this slide just explains that we feel that we have a significant reason why we would have reserves above the minimum. And this is only justifying those that, reserves that are not committed. So this is the things that are in the unassigned or assigned or unassigned amounts. So we have 5.1 million that exceeds the mandatory 3%. Go on to the next slide. So we take our current budget and we look at what that will look like in 2 years, multi-year projection. Where do we project to be 2 years from now? This is just based on the factors of what we know as of data for today. So the center column is our 24-25 year. We anticipate revenues of 57.1 million. On the unrestricted side, restricted expenditures or revenue of 18.8 million for a total revenue of 75.9 million. Our expenditures are 46.8 million unrestricted, restricted of 28.3 million for a total of 75.2 million. We do have our contributions between, as before, between special ed and restricted maintenance. We do have a slight surplus and an ending balance of 20.7 million on the unrestricted, 16.4 million restricted for just over a total of 37.1 million. We look at 25-26, we continue to see enrollment at 57, just over 57 million, almost the same between 24 and 25. Our restricted revenue is 18.9 million for a total revenue of just over 76 million. Our expenditures would be 47.4 million unrestricted, 28.5 restricted for almost 76 million in expenses. Our ending balance is we are barely on a surplus. We're right on the border of deficit spending as of 25-26. And we have once you add our beginning balance, our ending balance is 20.7 million for unrestricted, 16.4 for restricted, for a grand total ending balance of 37.2 million. We could go to the next slide. We look at the ending fund balance for all 3 years. We have the same committed reserve categories and assigned ending fund balance categories as we had in our current budget. We do look at, are we within the cap? That's why we have committed reserves, because there's a requirement that we not have more than 10% in our reserves that go towards the state cap on our reserves. So as you can see, we're just over 9% on our reserves towards our cap. And our committed reserves are listed there at 15.25 in the current year, estimated at 17.66 in 24-25 and 17.95 in 25-26. Go on to the next slide. Just a quick recap of the other funds we have in the district besides the general fund. We have our child development fund, which has projected to have a positive ending balance of 153,000. This is where our state preschool program is, finances are maintained. We have our Fund 13, our cafeteria fund. They anticipate having an ending balance of approximately 3.7 million. This fund is still in a spend down plan according to the state. Our reserves are higher than what we need to be, so we are still working on spending down that. They have a very strict regulation on how much we're allowed to have. So we are intentionally deficit spending in that fund per their request at the state. Fund 14 is our deferred maintenance fund. We have just a few dollars there. With a little interest, we'll be at $60 at the end of the year. Our Fund 21, our bond fund, we anticipate having at this time an ending balance of 366,000. This budget does not anticipate an issuance this year. If and when we decide that we want to go out at whatever point this year, then we'll update the budget accordingly. We did not at this time anticipate that we would go out for an issuance on our current bond yet. Fund 25, our capital facilities fund, that's based on developer fees that come in from folks doing improvements on their property, whether that's commercial or residential. So we'll anticipate having just over 700,000 in our capital facilities funds at the end of the year. We have a small amount in our Fund 35, our county school facilities fund is just over $7,000. It's funds that we had gotten from the state for different projects, and there's a little bit left there that's earning some interest. And then in our special reserve for capital outlay, we anticipate ending the year with 5.8 million in our special reserve. And that is a summary of all of our funds. Any questions on the budget?
I do.
Okay.
You do an awesome job always of making it succinct and understandable. But I'm sad that our audience has shrunk because this is the part people should
Yes.
hear because numbers don't lie. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, good. So for people to understand, because I have a hard time understanding. So, but my first question is, our cuts from our arts discretionary and our learning recovery, how much is that total? Roughly, do you expect?
I believe the arts and the arts and music instructional materials, I believe that we're cutting it about 2 million. And then the learning recovery, we're losing about a third of that. So that's going down to about 4 million. We're ahead of over 7.
So on slide 16, where would that money be showing or represented if we ever have to give them the money back?
Absolutely. On slide 16, that is in the restricted column where it says restricted ending balance of 16,307,000. That is that money along with other program reserves. So it is separate in the restricted budget.
And that's different from our future program needs of 6.2.
Absolutely different.
Okay. And then when we talk about our COLA of 8%, 8.2, this year, really the COLA looks like 2.6. So is it safe to assume if you're getting anywhere above 3, you're getting at least COLA according to our budget?
According to what we are receiving for the base dollars of the LCFF, that would be correct.
So me as a person that doesn't understand numbers very well, I see 8.2, but the reality is 2.6.
Correct. The amount per student is growing by 8.22%. The unfortunate part is that we are declining in enrollment and we're declining in ADA, meaning that we've talked about before in previous sessions where we used to be at about 95% attendance rate for students, and we're now at 91 and between 91 and 92. So we've projected out the next 2 years at that lower number. We don't have any evidence and proof that we're going to reconvince our families it's okay to come back. As we commented earlier, we are in we have an issue with chronic absenteeism, but it's self-generated. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I believe it is somewhat self-generated and we have to retrain our folks. This is where I like to get on my soapbox that we're funded on ADA and not enrollment, which I understand, but it would be nice if we were at least funded on the excused absences of ADA. So the state tells us that there's reasons a student is allowed to be absent, but they don't fund us for those reasons. And so they've allowed students additional reasons. They now have mental health days that a student can be absent, and it's perfectly they want them to use those days. They've created that's an allowable absence, but they don't fund us for any of those absences. So when you look at what you're not getting funded for, because you've said stay home when you're sick, but we don't fund that.
So
that's my soapbox on that piece, but we are declining enrollment, declining ADA, which is the piece that makes that COLA not be whole.
yeah, so hypothetically, if as a district and sites do a good job of promoting attendance and we go from 93 to 97, does that raise that 2.6 to more closer like 5%?
It would have to be a significant increase in the current year to raise that number. I did some analysis. If we were to raise attendance rates by 1%, that's not it. So just a small 1%. We don't see any benefit from that until 24, 25. We would have to raise our attendance rates high enough to grow greater than the 3 prior year average. So we would need significant growth in our ADA to see any revenue this year. Any change in attendance will be seen in future years in our budget.
Just throwing these questions out, so hopefully people that watch can go back and
Two people
listen to the
watching.
questions and to know where some of the numbers come from.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask a few of the questions you asked, Jason, but thank you for asking them. I just wanted to go back to slide 13 and just kind of comment on the personnel costs being 71% of our budget and not 40%. Can I assume that maybe that employee benefits weren't included when a 40% was suggested, that that's what our personnel costs were? Like, I'd like to just confirm that employee benefits are part of the cost for personnel costs.
Yes, they are part of the personnel costs number of 71%. I'm not sure where that 40% reference came from. I will say this slide looks at our proposed budget for the entire district, both restricted and unrestricted. So it's a little skewed in the fact that if you look at the restricted side, we have a $5 million expense in capital outlay, which is the majority of that. That is our air conditioning project that we're funding through ESSER that we anticipate spending next year. So that is lowering the amount of personnel cost as a percentage of the whole, because a lot of times we hear, oh, we used to be at 85% of the state district budget. Now we're only 71%. This slide looks at the entire budget, but if you were to want to look at a comparison year to year on personnel as a portion of on how it's related to the budget, we've received so many dollars in pandemic ESSER aid state programs that are not necessarily geared for everyday operations. They're for specialized things that are on the restricted side. You would really want to analyze just your unrestricted expenditures year over year. What was personnel versus
Yes.
non-personnel
That would bring it
expenditures?
up higher, though.
More than likely, yes.
Thank you.
You have another question?
No, I just want, thank you.
I have a question about the funded attendance models. We've got slide 6. You can use the current year, the prior year, or the average of 3, and I know we're using the average of 3 for the year's ADA. You know, when you mention about an increase made this year won't count until 3 years down the line or down the road, whatever. If there was a push for a current year of increase, is it a possibility that we can use the current year?
Absolutely. So this is what's projected as of today, what we know, what our numbers will be. This data gets, we analyze it at what's called period 1 attendance, which is in December time. And then we get funded on what's called period 2 reporting, which is next spring, March or April. So it'll be funded on what the actual number is. And so they'll take that actual number that's reported in April and add that to the prior 2 years and do an actual comparison. So based on the data we have, this is where it looks like we'll be. But we will know that could fluctuate, and we'll know for sure exactly what we're funded at next year in April.
Thank you.
I have one more question. So slide 18. If I'm again a bad balancer, ask my wife, I'm not a good budgeter. But if I just look at two numbers, revenues versus expenditures, I'm assuming that's pluses and minuses.
Okay.
So we have a very good accounting team. Thank you, Neelam. Thank you for doing that. I'm just looking at it as this year we are plus 2.9 million.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and then next year we're kind of evening out. And then the 2 years from now, 25, 26, we're going to be up again by, oh no, very little. So they're averaging the same. So any ongoing changes these projections, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. So if we assume that we are at 3 million positive right now, that's just for that 1 year, but then moving forward, then yeah, you're dipping more in the other 2 years to not just 100,000 plus, but maybe minus 500,000, minus $1 million. That's the deficit spending.
Correct. Anything that we were to give in an ongoing increase to employee compensation would be, if it's an ongoing increase, would impact the current year, and the next 2 years in this projection would have greater expenditures, which would then eat into any surplus that we had in those future years.
So one could say that you shouldn't look at the next 2 years because it just looks barely like we're breaking even. Because anything other changes will make it definitely continue to go down unless ADA goes up, meaning attendance, or
Well, we have a fiduciary responsibility to look at all 3 years. There's not, any time that we analyze our budget and we look at any compensation package that we look at for our employees, we're required under Assembly Bill 1200 to do a report of all what that cost is for the current and 2 fiscal years, just justify that to say that we can afford that raise if we were changing compensation. So you do have to look at all 3 years to see what the impact overall is. Yes.
And one last question is, can you give me an example of what falls under a future program needs under committed? Just a sample.
There is not, it is wide open. So I don't want to put any,
Title to it.
I don't, let's say we want to expand a music program, we need to buy more instruments for the music program. That could be a program expense. We choose to offer an early retirement incentive and we want to go pay for it out of it, that you could use that as a future program need. Any future program.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I just had a quick question. Just for, like you said, during the 3-year increase, you said that you really don't see it increasing much and you think that it'll stay this steady. Am I correct?
For our attendance rates,
Yes.
at this point, we budget conservatively that we would expect to stay on track. If we see that trend's changing as the year goes through, absolutely, as I look at first interim or second interim, we may consider revising that. But at this point, we don't want to be, we don't want to overestimate and then come along later and say, oh, we said it was 95, but we knew that nobody was coming at 95%. So I overinflated the revenue and put money there that doesn't exist. So we live more conservatively that this is where we think it is. If it changes, we will absolutely update the data.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For this information. And all your work that went into putting it together, right? All right, that brings us to the action calendar. Interdistrict transfer request 2324 PRCA1. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2324 PRCA1.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, trustee Chong. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Frutos. Is there any discussion of the item? No? All right, I vote, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye, so that motion carries 5-1, so 5-0. Interdistrict transfer request 2324 RUAV5. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2324 RUAV5. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you,
Second.
trustee Estrada. Thank you, trustee Ahmad. All right, is there any discussion item? All right, all in favor?
All right.
Okay, I vote aye also. Motion passes 5-0. Interdistrict transfer request 2324 CHAATK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2324 CHAATK. Do I have a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, who motioned?
Jason first. Jerry.
Okay, so
I'll go
thank
first.
you.
I'll do second.
Ahmad, and then thank you. It's okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and I vote aye. Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. And then inter-district transfer request 2324 PRAR2. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of inter-district transfer request 2324 PRAR2. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chong. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Frutos. And then, is there any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and I vote aye. The motion passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to resolution 22-23, resolution on board compensation for missed meetings. It is recommended that the governing board approve the resolution 22-23. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, the next two resolutions, including 22-23 and 22-24, we're asking that the board approve compensation for trustees who missed a board meeting due to a family emergency or health reasons.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chong. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, trustee Estrada. Any discussion?
I will abstain. No, I can't.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I will abstain only because, I'm part of it, so I will abstain due to the fact that it's has to do with me.
Oh, these are individual resolutions or specific things. Got it.
I will abstain just for the clarity of it.
Okay, so, any other discussion? All right, with no further discussion, we will move to approve the item with the roll call vote. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Trustee Ahmad.
I'm a yes.
Okay, trustee Chong.
Yes.
Okay, trustee Estrada. Yes. And trustee Frutos abstaining. Okay. I vote yes, so the motion passes 4-1. Abstention with one abstention. All right, resolution 22-24, resolution on board compensation for missed meetings. It is recommended that the board approve resolution 22-24. And Dr. Cantu, you've already spoken to both of these. So is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Chung? Thank you. All right, and any discussion? No? All right, so without discussion, we'll move to approve the item with a roll call vote. Trustee Ahmad?
I'm gonna abstain.
All right, thank you. Trustee Chung?
Aye.
Thank you, trustee Estrada.
Aye.
Thank you, trustee Frutos.
We're still on to, the second resolution, right?
Yes, the second one.
Yes.
All right, so, I vote yes, and, all in favor? I should say that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 4 with, in one abstention. All right, approval of Coatson Foundation grant. It is recommended that the governing board approve and accept the funds for the Coatson Foundation for the Art of Teaching program. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, we're excited to continue our partnership with Coatson Foundation for the Art of Teaching. Our teachers have taken full advantage of the exceptional professional learning and have demonstrated as teachers that they not only gain from this, but they give. They become a demonstration site at all of our schools. They've been offered a third year of sustainability, which will impact the entire school. And we're also using that model as we venture into having district instructional coaches. So yes, we hope that the board will approve their continuation of our Coatson partnership.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Frutos. Any discussion? That's great. All right, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm an aye. The motion passes 5-0. Approval of the 2019, 2020, 2020, 21, 2021, 22, and the 2022, 23 Consolidated Application and Reporting System, CARS, winter data collection. It is recommended that the governing board approve the 2019-20 through the 2022-23 CARS winter data collection for submission. Dr. Cantu?
Yes, the Consolidated Application and Reporting System, or CARS, is a data collection system to apply for a categorical, that applies to our categorical programs. Funding and to report on the use of these funds must be done consistently and accuracy. And so we also want to thank Directors Wong and Carr for their work together to make sure that we submit a very accurate report, and which we hope that the board will accept.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I vote aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of Buena Park Middle School and Beatty Middle School's 2023-24 overnighter at Poly Institute. It is recommended that the governing board approve the Buena Park Middle School and Beatty Middle School's 2023-24 overnight at Poly Institute.
Yes, this is one of those opportunities that that we're very passionate about because it provides equity for our students across the district, with all of our sixth graders being able to, with parent consent, participate in outdoors education. Where better to learn science than where science really happens. And it also provides connection with with teachers as well as their peers. So we're hoping that the board will approve the overnight trip to Poly Institution.
Okay.
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chung. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Kutos. And any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I vote aye. Motion passes 5-0. Delegation of authority in regard to awarding of emergency contracts and adoption of resolution 22-25. Resolution adopting informal bidding procedures pursuant to the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 22-25. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, with this approval, it will allow the district to advertise for bids and public projects by notice within 14 days prior to the opening of the bids in newspapers of general circulation within the district. Will also allow for emergencies and necessities awarding the contracts without competitive bidding to avoid danger or interruption of classes.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution? Motion. Okay, thank you, trustee Estrada, and thank you, trustee Frutos. Any discussion? No? Okay, without any discussion, we will move to approve the item with a roll call vote. Trustee Ahmad?
Yes.
Trustee Chong?
Yeah, aye.
Trustee Estrada? Trustee Frutos?
Yes.
All right, and I'm an aye. So the motion passes 5-0. Resolution 22-26, resolution to establish temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted fund monies for the fiscal year of 2023-2024. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 22-26. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, with this approval, it will allow for temporary transfer of funds between flowing funds such as general funds, child development fund, food service funds, capital facilities funds, and special reserve fund.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
A motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Chung and Ahmad. All right, any discussion? All right, with no discussion, we'll move to approve the item with a roll call vote. Trustee Ahmad?
Yes.
Trustee Chung?
Yes.
Trustee Estrada? Yes. Trustee Frutos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion passes 5-0. Resolution 22-27. Resolution for the Education Protection Account, Buena Park School District, Orange County, California. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 22-27. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, the approval of this resolution will make sure that we stay in compliance with the Education Protection Account and shall only be used in accordance with the law. And spending determination must be done in an open session of public meeting of the governing board.
All right, is there a motion to adopt this resolution? Motion. Thank you, trustee Frutos, and a second? Second. Thank you, trustee Estrada. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. We'll move to approve the item with a roll call vote. Trustee Ahmad?
Yes.
Trustee Chong?
Yes.
Trustee Estrada? Yes. Trustee Frutos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to the discussion calendar. Dr. Cantu.
Yes. Well, we are bringing forth a revision of the board policy regarding TK. It will increase the opportunity for us to have our TK teachers be eligible for teaching because they are using their kindergarten teaching experience as one of the eligibility markers. It also will allow TK participation eligibility for students at a younger age in accordance with the California law.
All right. Well, is there a discussion on this board policy revision? No. All right, so that brings us to the consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. All right, so trustee Chong, do you have anything to remove?
Nothing to remove.
Okay, trustee Estrada,
Nothing to remove.
trustee Frutos, trustee Amai.
Nothing to remove.
All right, and I don't have anything. So, all in favor?
All right,
Oh, I'm sorry. I need motions, yes.
I'll motion.
Trustee Chung, thank you very much. A second? Second. Thank you, trustee Frutos. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'm an aye. Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. All right. And that brings us to the information correspondence. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, our final board meeting for this school year will cover our requirements for the California Dashboard Indicators Report, the adoption of the LCAP, and the adoption of the 2023-24 budget.
All right, thank you. Closed session, conferences with Dr. Cantu, interim superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Russell Harrison, chief personnel officer, Sandra Poteet, chief of financial officer, and Jim Romo, the legal counsel. Labor Relations, Buena Park Teacher Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations, Non-Represented Management and Confidential Contract Employees, Government Code 54957.6, and Public Employee Discipline, dismissal or release. Governing board meeting is called into closed session at 8:18.
Then we need a motion.
Do we need a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Premature, sir.
I'll motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, now, the governing board is called in a closed session at till 8:18. All right. Oh.
Yes.
You're good.
Your mics are hot.
Reporting out of, no, reconvene. Do I have a motion to reconvene?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Frutos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so it's a motion carries 5-0 at, we're reconvening at 10:12. Okay, reporting out of closed session. There is nothing to report. So that brings us to adjournment. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chong, and thank you, trustee Ahmad. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I vote aye, so the motion carries 5-0. The governing board meeting is adjourned at 10:13.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.